This will be Can you call the roll?
Alder Holmquist.
Here.
Mr. Homburg.
Here.
Ms. Fallett.
Here.
Mr. Grice is... We're expecting him, but he's not present. Mr. Conrad.
Present.
Mr. Stein.
Here.
Ms. Fox. Here. Alder Moore is excused.
All right. And is there a motion for the approval of the minutes from July 25th, 2020?
Move approval.
A second?
I'll second.
All right. Any corrections? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Chair, I see Brandon's here now too.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Brandon.
Carried.
Yeah. And moving on to item 4, which is appearances. Is there anybody here that would like to appear regarding an item on the agenda for a public hearing? I don't see anybody in the room, and we'll peek at Zoom to be sure. Again, this would be if there's anybody here that would like to appear on an item that is not on the agenda for a public hearing. All right, we are not seeing any, so I'll close the appearance section and move on to 5A, which is unfinished business. First item is the public hearing on the request by Galloway Companies for approval of a zoning permit for tenant improvements, exterior updates, and future signage at 2101 West Broadway. This is case 216-2022. And do we have...
Should be Sketchworks on the call.
Okay. Sketchworks, I think you are up for this one.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
This is Ross Tricolor Sketchworks Architecture.
And this first section is just the public hearing section, so if you're able to give an overview of what it is that you're proposing here, then we'll close out the public hearing section and move on to the consideration of action. But the first step would just be the public hearing section.
Sure. So we are hoping to revamp just the storefront of the old Shopco space and just give it a new lively entrance to attract new tenants, and then also some site work improvements, some repaving, some additional light fixtures to make it brighter. So that is and some new landscaping as well across all the islands, and adding some new islands. That is the bulk of the work that we plan to do.
All right, and is there anybody here to speak on this issue from the public? I don't see anybody here in person. Anybody on Zoom? All right, not seeing any. We will close the public hearing section and move on to item 5B, which is the consideration of action on a request for Galloway Company for the approval of a zoning permit for tenant improvements, exterior updates, and future signage at 2101 West Broadway, case 216-2022. Again, Sketchworks are up, and I think you can give, well, actually, I'm sorry, we'll go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. So as mentioned, this is a zoning permit request for tenant improvements to both the building and the parking lot. The zoning district here is the Community Design District. Plan Commission reviews zoning permits within this district. The 2016 comp plan lists this as a commercial use, and it's also obviously within the Southtown area as well, which is characterized by big box retailers, smaller national retail, and restaurant businesses. The parking lot improvements would be regulated by Attachment 2 of the zoning code. Retail stores are required to have one parking space for every 300 square feet of gross floor area. With the space being just over 16,500 square feet, it would be required to have 56 stalls. The proposal shows 155, even including the addition of the landscape islands. And the ADA stalls that are proposed have also been moved closer to the entrance and are in compliance with regulations as well. The one point of note here is that the plans do not include all parking associated with this property. Parking to the north is omitted with plans for future outlot development, but the plans have been extended further west than the pre-hearing, such that everything from east to west for this parcel will now have been addressed between this and the floor and decor site improvements. The facade improvements themselves include a new storefront canopy, as well as additional treatments to the outside. Be three shades of painted CMU and EFIS storefront, and will have a very similar feel to the existing floor and decor and just update aesthetics. The lighting, the plans do include a photometric plan. Plans show 4 existing light poles in the area of work with 3 LED fixtures attached to each. No plans at this time to adjust the site lighting, which does appear to be adequate, but the Commission should discuss that if there are any more requests. The landscaping, with the 155 stalls shown, the site's required to have just over 2,300 points, landscaping points, as well as 13 canopy trees. The plan shows 30 trees currently, with 23 new and 7 existing, as well as landscaping to just over 1,800 of points. So the applicant is requesting an exception to this, given the difficulty in fitting all the landscaping into the area provided. There had been some discussion about that at the pre-hearing as to potentially moving that to the north when the future outlot does redevelop. The plans were shared with the city's consulting engineer as well, and his comments are included in the staff report. Generally, the plans are seen here as parking lot maintenance rather than disturbance, and so there is the need for an erosion control plan and permit, but other elements, for the most part, appear to comply. A final element for discussion here as well was the signage. This was something that was not discussed at the pre-hearing. The applicant is just looking for some guidance from the Commission at this point as to a potential second tenant panel to the existing pylon sign, as well as some just aesthetic changes to include decorative pole covers as well. This was discussed briefly during the comprehensive sign plan for floor and decor, so a little bit of guidance for potential future tenants would be advised here at this discussion. So with that, staff recommends approval with the conditions as listed in the staff report. Thank you.
All right. Brandon, since you are on Zoom, we'll let you go first.
I have no additional comments from the previous meetings that we had. I think we had a good conversation about the number of landscaping points. I really liked the point that Chris made in our meeting last month. I'm very supportive of the beautification work that I think that this will provide, and yeah, I would like to see the plan move forward.
Susan?
I would agree with those comments. I think we talked about the landscaping quite a bit last time. It makes sense to me because of that there'll be more robust landscaping on the lot closer to Broadway when that's developed. I don't have any concerns with it. I guess I think the signage, adding that piece to the pylon sign seems fine to me in that it is set back. I know it wasn't the original plan, but it's set back so much from Broadway, and when that other lot is developed, there's a little bit of reduced visibility. It makes sense to me, and I think it looks nice. It does look more updated, so I don't have any concerns.
Rob?
I was not at the last meeting, but generally speaking, I like all the improvements that are being proposed. As far, I had a couple of comments. I thought I saw in the notes somewhere that in the island areas that are being created that they're going to rip out the existing concrete and subbase and put in 6 or 8 inches of planting soil. I think that should be a minimum of 12. I'm struggling to find that, but I need to find that. I had a comment on or had a question about the site plan. You differentiate raised concrete versus concrete, but there's a call out that says raised concrete. It's item number 3. Is that just a thickened edge walk all along that building facade? On page C200, there's the blue shape.
The raised sidewalk along there.
Okay. Maybe I missed something. Is there a reason that there's a blue area versus?
I do not know offhand. It might just be a mistake in shading.
Okay.
Yeah, because we are not planning on replacing any of the concrete unless it's in bad shape, but I think all of it along there is in pretty decent shape. And we only own up until kind of keynote 7 there. If you can see that on that same plan. That's the property line essentially. So our parking lot property extends west, as you can see, but our building property line ends there at basically where 7 is.
Okay. As far as the landscaping goes, it was not part of that conversation. A couple of things that I did note, though, if you're trying to achieve those landscaping points, is that the islands are modestly landscaped with shrubs. The other thing I noticed, I think there's room for additions there. The other thing I noticed is that at least 3 of the tree varieties are a columnar variety, which, I mean, I love columnar trees, but in a parking lot, I think if you're trying to reduce heat island effects and provide more shade, that there could be some wider canopy trees. And then a suggestion, if you wanted to get more points, you could fit in definitely 2 ornamental with the Adirondack crab along the kind of that boulevard on the west side of the property, since those are columnar varieties of trees there.
Okay, we can certainly look at adding some of those.
That's all I have.
Chris. First, Chris. I just had, everything looked good to me. The only question I had was about on the site light fixture schedule, E501. I was just curious, the color temperature is listed as 4,000 Kelvin for the wall-mounted, I guess, the sconce lights, but is that the same color temperature used elsewhere? And there's no color temperature listed for the parking lot lights. I was curious what that is.
Yeah, the wall sconces would match what Floor and Decor have. This plan, as you can probably kind of tell, was done with the Floor and Decor tenant improvement. So these light poles are out there. I believe everything that you see is currently on the building from what Steve Dorn has told me, and the new fixtures are in the existing light poles on this portion of the property. So this was more of a kind of an update for you guys, just to show you what is currently out there.
Okay, thank you. That's all I
Yep.
have.
Corey?
Thank you for including the lighting. That was a concern of ours at the last one, so it's good to see that. I don't have anything additional to add. I had the same question as Susan about the sign and whether it would be hard to, once that outlot's developed, if there would be some visibility challenges. So adding this, I didn't have a problem with adding a panel to the sign underneath Floor and Decor. But I didn't have anything else to add. I think it looks good.
Chris?
I think it's fine. It's really what we looked at last time and talked about. Everything's come back the same. As far as the sign goes, it's a pretty homely sign there right now. I mean, I'm being kind. I think in return for fixing it up and making it more attractive, a lesser sign ban there like they're proposing for a secondary tenant would be acceptable. And for me, option A hits it a lot better, only because you've got the trim on the top of the sign, top and bottom, just like they have on the legs coming down. It all fits in a little bit better, I think, than just adding a sign to it the way option B is. So I would say option A makes it look like it was all designed together, I guess. So I would go that route. As far as the rest of it, I think some good comments by Rob, and we'll just have to make sure we have a condition that talks about the fact that we have a little less landscaping here, so we're expecting it up by the frontage road to be a little more intensive.
All right.
I didn't have any additional comments that haven't been noted. I agree with option A for the sign. We're taking an existing signage for kind of length of the building and kind of making it appropriate for signage. Is there a motion for approval?
I'll move approval with conditions as written by staff. Add condition 5 that more intensive landscaping will be required on the sites by the frontage road to make up for the lesser amounts of landscaping to be installed in this phase. Condition 6 that there's 12 inches of planting soil in the islands, and in condition 7 that the tree modifications as discussed be implemented and approved by staff.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, any other discussions? Chris?
Rob, I left that a little loose on the trees that you talked about, and I assume if Doug has any questions, he just give you a call directly.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with your observation to have, the point of having an island every so often is to have a spread of the trees, cover up some of that parking lot, so I think it's a good catch.
Yep.
Any questions by our applicant?
No, none here.
All right. All right. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can move on to item 5C, which is a public hearing for the request, public hearing for the rezoning request and a map amendment for the retail business district to a community design district at approximately 4601 through 4711 Winona Drive between Spring Haven and Dean Avenue as requested by the Neutral Project and Compass Properties. This is case 221-2022. All right, and we have a series of applicants here, and if you want to join us up at the podium, this is just the pre-hearing or the public hearing section. So if you can give an overview in case there's anybody here or on Zoom that wants to make a comment, we can allow that to happen.
I think you just push it aside. I don't want the whole planning commission here.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having us, everyone. Excited to be here. And I think we have several donors here. 1 second, sir. Sorry about it.
We haven't bought a new mic yet.
I messed it up.
No.
We've had this where our picture doesn't want to work.
Is it good now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, people can hear me. Sweet. Okay, so the first one I believe tonight is for the CSM.
Rezoning.
Oh, which is rezoning. Okay, sorry. Getting mixed up. So we're requesting a rezoning, and we're going to be proposing 3 buildings. One is a townhome, and there's 9 several townhomes on Courting. And then there's also 2 additional buildings on Winona Drive. And right now we're at about 98 total units. And that's a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. And we put together a brief presentation that I think we're going to wait until the last one, the GDP, to go through. So we don't have any materials for this first one, unless the Planning Commissioner or Doug, you have questions for us.
Not at this portion. Is there anybody here that would like to speak on the public hearing section for the request of a rezoning from its current zoning, which is retail business, to a CDD or the community design district? I don't see anybody here in person. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak during the public hearing section? Don't see anybody, so we can close 5C and move on to 5D, which is the pre-hearing conference for a rezoning request and a map amendment from retail business district to community design district at approximately 4601 through 4711 Winona Drive between Spring Haven and Dean Avenue as requested by the Neutral Project and Compass Properties, case 221-2022. Doug.
Thank you. So, as mentioned, the request here is for a rezoning and map amendment at 4601 to 4711 Winona Drive for the purpose of building a mixed-use development on the property. The site itself is 2.2 acres in size and currently zoned retail business. It will need to be rezoned to Community Design District zoning for the proposed development to occur using the Planned Community Development Framework. As mentioned, the number of units is about 93 to 98 at the moment, residential units, as well as ground floor commercial space as well. A number of discussions have occurred with the Plan Commission, although a formal rezoning pre-hearing has not been held, so that is the purpose of tonight. And just so that everybody's on the same page, the formal hearings would occur once the city attorney has proof of site control from the applicant. Discussions are ongoing with that, but that's sort of why we sort of have all these pre-hearings teed up tonight, and so those elements are continuing. I saw some documentation come through just today. So the current zoning is retail business, and that only allows for ancillary residential. And so the proposed mix of retail and residential that's being put forward could not proceed as currently zoned. The standards for the community design district are for a compatible mix of residential, commercial, industrial, or open space uses, realizing the goals of the comprehensive plan. It's expected the development of the property will take advantage of the flexibility provided by the Planned Community Development Procedure, and that tool is expected to provide a comprehensive mixed-use developments within the community design district. The city block currently contains the Winona Antique Mini Mall to the north, the former Snick's Sportsman's Bar, now closed, as well as the BMO Harris Bank to the south. The 2016 comp plan shows these parcels as commercial in the current and future land use maps. The adjacent properties to the north and south are commercial in both the maps, while the parcels to the west are categorized as single family. The Commission should discuss their comfort with the deviation from the future land use map and how the proposal aligns with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
All right. Brandon, are you ready to go for us?
I would prefer not to go first.
That's fine. But I'll move to Susan first.
Okay. I think it makes sense. I think this type of development makes sense. I mean, we may have questions on aspects of this development, but I think it's appropriate, so I don't have any concerns.
All right. Rob?
I think, as laid out by city staff, including a compatible mix of residential and commercial and open space to provide a comprehensive mixed-use development, I think that checks all the boxes of what CDD is trying to do and what this project does. I think it does, in some ways, better than some of the projects that have been more mixed use, that have been heavier on the residential. So I think this is appropriate.
All right.
Chris? No offense to the buildings that are currently there or the people that own them, but I'm not going to miss them, and I'm excited about this project.
All right. Corinne?
I think this could make sense as well. I guess I don't know if this is an appropriate question for right now, but were the notification issues addressed the last time there were comments about that?
Yes, so the mailings did go out, and I revised the buffers and basically drew them by hand.
Okay.
And just made sure. So anybody that has submitted a paper appearance, there are a couple that were maybe still not being hit by the mailing list that we do use. They were sent as well. So this didn't get the sort of the class 2 notice that it would require for the formal hearing, but paper mailings with each of these 3 went out.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah, and like Susan said, there's more to discuss, but as far as the rezoning, I'm okay.
Chris?
Oh. I stole your mic. Sorry.
Thanks. I think regardless of if this project gets built here or any other project gets built here, the CDD zoning makes sense for this corner. So as far as the zoning goes, I think it's appropriate. Certainly it would have to be under, if it's not under your control, we would certainly have to be talking to all the property owners and make sure that we're doing something that they're okay with. Because right now, you don't have all the property, correct?
We do. There's a bit of dispute over what we need regarding a type of form and agreement that we have with the owners.
So all I'm saying is, when we come to do this, if it's under your control, then you can make the request. If it's not, then we need the property owners that aren't under your control to actually make this request also.
Yep.
Just so you're aware of that. But the CDD, regardless if your project goes or not, makes sense for this corner. I think that's the most important thing for us.
Brandon?
So I've thought a lot about this project since I first learned about it several months ago, and the idea of making more of Winona Drive a welcome kind of pedestrian scale community. I think this project goes a long ways towards kind of helping work in that direction. I really hope that this project, once it's fully executed, can serve as an inspiration for some additional blocks along Winona Drive. I think invigorating that as sort of a main street in our town that we spend more of our time in and on. I would fully support the zoning in question, and hope that we can see more projects like this from developers in the future.
And this is noticed just as a pre-hearing conference, but I think what you're hearing is some positive comments regarding the shift of the rezoning to a CBD, regardless of this project or not, because I think that's one of our key pieces to think about if we're making a zoning change. Although we have a developer that's in front of us, to Chris's point, like, it makes sense for this section, and this has been called out in previous TID aspects around that whole stretch, so this isn't unusual in any means. So we can close the pre-hearing conference and move on to 5E, which is the public hearing for the neutral project and Compass Properties on the request for consideration of a CSM for the site located at approximately 4601 through 4711 Winona Drive between Springhaven and Dean Avenue for a mixed-use development, case 222-2022. So this item is really the change of lots and the collection of lots that are currently kind of drawn, and then looking at redrawing those into basically two new lots. And we'll let the applicant go from there.
Okay, and we also have our engineers here as well. So James Carpenter is with JT Engineering, and they did the survey, and then they're going to be doing the CSM work. So James, I'll let you speak a little bit here just about what we're proposing, and then kind of the next steps. Hopefully you can get off mute. There you go.
Okay. Everybody can hear me? Cool. So in support of the items that were just kind of briefly touched on during the zoning piece with the development and addition of 3 buildings, we are proposing to re-subdivide Lot 9 and the unplatted Town Hall lot, which is near the sign at the corner of Winona Drive and Dean. Essentially, it's all the private lands encompassed by Gordon Avenue, Springhaven Avenue, Winona Drive, and Dean Avenue. We would like to create one lot for future townhomes that are going to be developed. At this time, I don't know that the developer is sure if they're going to retain them as rentals or condominium and sell for individuals. So to get this process started, we would like to carve out that area as a still single lot, just so that we are prepared to move forward with that. And then we have one large lot remaining for the mixed-use buildings. Inside of the CSM, we do have some existing public, or the existing properties, we do have some existing public utility easements that will need to be addressed, possibly vacated prior to being able to develop or build on the property, and probably before the CSM can be recorded. We're going to address that a little further as we get into the site design down the road. But for the time being, we are proposing 2-lot CSM to support the redevelopment.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody here that would like to speak during the public hearing section regarding the CSM? So this would be taking the current lots, which you may not necessarily see all of the different lot lines just by looking at the property and what's there right now, and assembling all of those parcels and then dividing up into 2 parcels versus the 14 individual parcels right now. Not seeing anybody here. Anybody online?
Not that I'm seeing.
All right, we can close that section and move on to 5F, which is the pre-hearing conference for the neutral project Encompass Properties on the request for the consideration of a certified survey map for the site located at approximately 4601 through 4711 Winona Drive between Springhaven and Dean Avenue for a mixed-use development. Doug?
Thank you. So just kind of adding to a couple more points here. The CSM process is for creating no more than 4 lots over a period of 5 years. As mentioned, these lots are all part of Block 9 of the Springhaven plat, and that has not previously been subdivided. One thing to point out here is that the access to streets is required. The ordinance requires that no proposed land division shall be approved unless the resulting lots front on a dedicated street of at least 60 feet in width. Gordon Avenue is 60 feet, Springhaven is 50, and Dean Avenue is 57.75 feet at the southwest corner. The Commission should discuss this, and there is the possibility to grant a variance from this requirement, so that's something that should be discussed here at this pre-hearing. Given that the 2 lots are proposed, a 24-foot shared access easement is proposed running north-south through the development, and that would align kind of with the east side and the back side of the townhomes to allow for access to those with the proposed site plan. 2 lots are proposed to be created here. Lot 1 would be the townhome component, and that's just under 0.3 of an acre. And Lot 2 would be the balance with the multifamily component, as well as commercial space and parking, and that would be just over 1.9 acres. So those are the main elements to really discuss, in addition to the utility easements as mentioned by the applicant's engineer. Thank you.
All right, and we can move on to, let's see, I'll start with Chris Homburg.
Okay. A couple questions. The CSM for your townhomes, it's hard to tell because we don't have any plans that really show anything, but is that wide enough for those driveways? Because they consider the driveway and the garage for parking for those townhomes. So is there enough room for a car in there?
So they're actually not, the driveways aren't on Gordon. They're
I understand that, but right here on the backside, is there enough room from that property line to the garage where there's driveways in that property?
You're saying, are they in Lot 1 property line, like the driveway and the tuck under garage?
Correct.
Let me verify.
Yeah,
James, do you have it?
It's not something you have to.
Yeah, I don't know the answer.
It's something you should look at.
Yeah.
Because if you're having this as a separate property, especially condominiums, I imagine they'd like to have their driveway on their property.
Yeah.
And then along that vein, is there going to be cross easements for, obviously for access, there has to be. Is there going to be anything for parking?
For the townhomes?
Yes.
So the townhomes have a tuck under garage, and then they can park in front of the garage.
Right.
Other than that, there won't be any.
So there won't be any
access.
ability or any right for the townhomes and to park on any of the other property here on Lot 1, 2.
I mean, if they need additional parking and the residents have it, then we'll probably shift parking to either the basement or just the surface lot. But for the time being and for our initial kind of distribution, we're going to just keep it as their tuck under garage.
Okay.
And just to clarify too, and James, sorry we didn't communicate this with you yet, but all the townhomes are for rent, so they're not condos. They're all for rent townhomes.
You have a 24-foot access easement, which would be, I'm sure, would benefit a Lot 1 also, so they can get in and out of their property.
Yep.
But you have 30-foot driveway cuts you're showing on your other plan. So how do you reconcile that?
As far as?
Well, your access, you're using 30-foot driveways to get in, but then you're necking it down to 24. So would you not keep this access easement, at least with flares, to the 30-foot driveway, or what's your anticipation of that?
James, do you know the answer to that?
No, I think we were waiting for the process to get further along with the site design. For the time being, the 24-foot was placed on there as more of a, we need to have this access. If we need to adjust it or widen it a little bit to accommodate the physical design or the improvements, we certainly can. We wanted to have it on there for the purpose of this hearing to show that there is an anticipated easement for access.
That's actually the point talking in yours. That's actually the point of the comment is, I understand you probably want to neck it down to 24 feet to get through those buildings, but if you've got 30-foot driveways, it probably should parallel those two. When you get to the point of finalizing it, if when you finalize your site designs, it should run with those.
We can definitely look at that while we go through site design.
You said you might have to get some utility easements vacated. I would suspect you have to get them. I imagine that easement is for the ATM machine that sits there? Is that what the utility?
The easements are
That's
generally for a shared driveway.
I don't
For the
think
sports
so.
bar. I believe the parking lot is actually on the BMO Harris property. So
Okay.
they use, when Winona Drive was reconstructed, I believe those were required to assist with access. And then the remaining ones are for utilities, typically a water hydrant, I believe, at Spring Haven and Winona at that corner. And then there's one on each side of the sign for at Winona Drive and Bean, and I don't believe those are occupied at this time.
Right, and those are minor, but the one that's the existing access and utility easement that's actually under your proposed building would have to get abandoned.
Correct. That's the anticipation.
I think it would have to be. I don't think we could approve building a building over that unless there was some other agreement.
There's almost no reason to retain it if we go forward with the proposed improvements.
And as far as the question on the right-of-way widths, I don't have an issue with that. That's what we have. That's what our roads are. And it's not the applicant's job to make sure we have a wide enough, we consider that an adequate right-of-way for those two streets for everybody else that lives on it. I don't think we could hold that up to be able to do this. I think that clearly be something we would need to waive.
All right. Brandon?
I don't have any additional comments.
All right. Susan? Susan, are you ready?
Sorry. I had the same thought as the last comment Chris made about the streets. They are what they are, and I think any development here, I mean, it just makes sense to me that we would look at a variance for that. Otherwise, this is clearly more tied to this specific project, but it makes sense to me, I think, with all the comments that have already been made. I don't have anything to add.
Rob?
Outside of what Chris has brought up, which I think were good points, I just have a question. I don't know how this is regulated, but Lot 1 and Lot 2 both front Gordon, so it does front a street that is a 60-foot right-of-way. So does that count?
Technically, if there's enough frontage there on it, yes.
Okay.
No curb cut.
All right. Anyways, that's my handiwork. I have nothing else.
All right. Chris?
I'm good. I would approve a variance if that was, if a hardship could be presented. Looks good to me.
Corinne?
Does there need to be a stormwater management easement as well? Lot 2 is really small, and so if that's developed in a separate phase, how is the stormwater management going to be taken care of? I know we don't have a plan for that yet, but.
Yeah, well, it'll be answered in the next agenda item, but that's all going to be developed at once, and so there'll be a full stormwater management plan presented.
Okay.
Not in today's meeting, but in our next meeting, our landscape architect will be here,
Okay.
and she'll be able to speak a little bit more to it.
Okay. And I do think, to Chris's point about the parking, you might want to just consider, if you do have a need for some shared parking between the two lots, I think that would be something to consider adding to the CSM.
Yeah, we would be totally willing to do that. They're both going to be managed by the same property management team, so if someone's leasing a townhome and they need four stalls, we could easily provide that to them. They're just not all going to be under their townhome.
I'll add a comment that might actually contradict that statement in the sense of, I think if you're proposing Lot 1 to house the townhomes and it's adequate to fit their tuck-in parking as well as driveway parking, I think I would want to call that sufficient, so that way you're able to maximize your Lot 2 parking for all of your residents on Lot 2 and commercial properties. So if you're proposing a shared parking agreement that also includes Lot 1 utilizing some of Lot 2's parking, there may be question regarding is there sufficient parking consideration.
We wouldn't be proposing a shared parking agreement. There'll be sufficient parking in the townhomes. It would just be like if they have guests over.
Unofficial parking?
Yeah, unofficial. That's what we'll call it.
You mean
exactly.
if you park at the pool tonight and walk over here?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
All right. Any other comments regarding the CSM? Chris?
I think to Corrine's point, it's a good point. We don't know where your water quality management is right now. We don't know how it's being handled, but if water from the townhomes, for example, is being taken into that, wherever it is, then there needs to be a storm sewer or storm water management access.
Mm-hmm.
And there has to be some cross access agreements so that if you're treating the water from the townhomes, for example, over at the same place you're doing the rest of it, there has to be some access so that they have the right to drain their water in there in the future.
Yep.
So her point is valid. It's just we don't have any information to talk about it right now.
Yeah.
I hope you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, totally follow what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, though we'll have.
I'm assuming you'll have stormwater management for the whole site, probably all together. You're not going to build separate areas. You don't have enough room on Lot 1 to do it anyway.
No, I mean anywhere where we have the townhomes sharing and like utilities, stormwater management, anything, will have access easements.
Oh, perfect. I think that was your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we, from our standpoint, like in 20 years from now or 25 years from now, if we want to sell the townhomes and keep the multifamily or vice versa, we want all those things in place so that we can easily sell one or the other. Not saying we're going to do that, but I'm just saying hypothetically.
All right. Any other comments regarding CSM? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the pre-hearing conference for the CSM, and we can move on to 5G, which is the public hearing for the neutral project Encompass Properties on the request for consideration of a general development plan and precise implementation plan for the site located at approximately 4601, 47 through 4711 Winona Drive between Springhaven and Dean for a mixed-use development. This is case 216-2021. And I think Doug will pull up your presentation for you to run us through for the public hearing section. We'll have you go through that, and then we'll see if there's anybody here in person that wants to make comment or on Zoom before we close that and move on to the pre-hearing conference.
Okay. And Doug, we also have Doug Hartzor, who's from Salahars. So he'll be presenting a portion of this.
Great.
And then I'll be presenting the rest. So just to give a little background before we dive in, Salahars is our design architect. And then we just brought on TKWA out of Milwaukee, who will be our architect of record. So they'll probably be joining in future meetings. But Doug will always be presenting. So I'm going to start off here if you want to go to the slide. Let's see. Next one. So I mean, we covered most of this, I think, in the last several slides, or the last several presentations, but we have made a couple new changes to our plan in regards to sustainability. And one of those is we are going to pursue a sites certification. So it's similar to LEED, but it's actually a newer certification that focuses on landscape and then actually stormwater is one of them, and more looks at the site holistically and says how can we develop this in a sustainable manner to not have heat island effects, have more kind of natural environments for residents to walk around in, and then just have a better kind of site landscaping overall for the community to look at. So we just hired a sites consultant who's coming on board with us, and she's going to go through that whole certification process, which we're pretty excited about. It's our first time, and this will be our first project doing it. So you can go to the next slide, Doug. So we talked a little bit last time about our design process, but how we kind of look at each building that we do. is we look at it from a different certification lens. So we've done passive house before, we've done LEED before, we're going to do well pretty shortly here. And so for this one, we're looking at it as the sites lens. And the main reason we're doing that is because in the last several meetings, we heard the neighborhood pretty vocalize about how they want to like beautify this site, and they don't want it to just be a big massive massing and it's a huge residential development. So we want to acknowledge that and have it be a nice kind of landscape site for both the neighbors and then all our residents. So then we go into the build phase, and we're going to talk a little bit more about mass timber and what we're doing there. And then we verify our process through an LCA, which stands for Life Cycle Assessment. And so that will look at the amount of carbon emissions that this actual development is going to produce. You can go to the next slide, Doug. So sustainability. So right now what we're doing with our structural engineers is a pretty exciting study. And we're looking at the potential for using CLT, so that stands for cross-laminated timber, as our decks. And then we're potentially going to use either CFS, which stands for cold form steel, or traditional stick frame for our load-bearing walls. So the lower level, which is parking, will be all concrete. The first floor, which is that BMO space, will be concrete. And then above there is going to hopefully be this hybrid solution if we can engineer it and make it work. So it's only the second one we know that was done. The first one was out west in Portland. So we're pretty excited about that. And then we always design a passive house and using those principles. We're looking at using photovoltaic solar, and then we're going to have a whole bunch of green roofs that you'll see later on in the renderings, and then we'll talk a little bit more about EV charging later on. You can go to the next one. So water management obviously is key and is a big principle of sites. So Jeanette is our consultant's name, and she'll be focusing a lot on kind of the water management, stormwater management, things like that. So livability, that's a big one for our tenants. So right now we're doing a Madison development, and we have this really cool livable space, and it's this huge garden room where we're growing herbs and lettuce and things like that inside and outside. And then we're also going to have a meditation space, yoga studios, and things like that to kind of enhance the livability of our tenants, and then also follow the WELL building standards. So this is where I'll let Doug, you take over. So Doug's going to walk us through the site and then the different architectural changes that we've made over the last several months, and then I'll close up with some parking. So Doug, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Doug, is it okay if I just say next every time?
Yes.
That's okay.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So already next, you know the site. This is a site relative to a zoomed out context of the city. Next. And these are just a few of the important landmarks, let's say, that we're considering architecturally or stylistically in terms of, let's say, making place or tying into the greater urban context of Winona. Next. Then this is a localized aerial of the site. Next. Again, there's our sites. Next. So as you can see, the general massing has stayed similar, but with several tweaks that have generally greatly improved the project, both in terms of its site functionality, its ability to meet the parking requirements, its overall, let's say, friendliness and approachability to the neighborhood itself. But we can see that the main site vehicular access is still off of Dean, off of that controlled light, the four-way stop intersection, and then with a secondary access off of Springhaven, and also, of course, the drive-through as well for the bank is off of Dean, with the pedestrian access in the center. So really a massing that's broken into breaking the site into two. Next. Again, as referenced in that first series, we want to take into consideration, let's say, the materiality and the kind of history of let's say, maybe these more solid buildings of Winona, of either the civic landmarks in the Memorial Park or some of the classical brick motifs, but also, of course, maintaining plenty of site vegetation and landscaping that will soften the edges of this project, and also, of course, considering the vernacular, that we're not only It's not necessarily only an urban context, but also a suburban context. And so we need to negotiate that. Next. This is the current site as it exists. Of course, all of the existing structures are tear down and then regrading, but as you can see already in the site, there's this kind of continuous green buffer, except along Springhaven, where there's mostly parking, as you can see in that lower left image, but we want to maintain this kind of green buffer that wraps the site and really consider the landscaping, as well, of course, as the architecture itself. Next. This is just showing how we're considering site shading and thinking about, really open, like separating those two buildings from one another, so we don't get a lot of self-shading in the plazas in the back, and also making that a reason for mostly the drive through and all of the driving to happen on the south here, where while more of the pedestrian and public access is to the north, so we have, let's say, more sunlight during the day for those spaces. Next. So this was from the previous conversation that you were having on the rezoning. If we go next, not that line indicates in the middle where we would want to rezone, obviously, but more that we would consider, let's say, the site buffer. We're having it around a minimum of 14 feet on 3 sides, or actually I think all 4 sides, a minimum of 14 feet set back from the property line. Next. And then, of course, also stepping the massings of the project so that they don't become these large monolithic structures, that they actually have, let's say, a more residential neighborhood feel to the architecture itself, that it's not just big, large development blocks, that they actually have a kind of filigree quality to them. Next. And you can see here in the site massing, it's we have around 127,000, 128,000 gross square footage being built, and that's not including the basement parking. There's 10 townhomes and 83 apartment units of varying sizes and typologies. And then, of course, a ground floor commercial area of around 12,000 square feet. Next. This is more of that, just from the front and the back. But what you can see from these massings is that we really have work to carve and shape these volumes so that they're not, again, just large blocks, but rather have, let's say, a more residential quality to the terracing and the stepping. Next. Here you can see what we had previously proposed a few meetings back and how we altered that massing. So no longer are we taking up we're not making a 300-foot wall along Winona Drive. It's broken down now more into 2 halves and not having one long continuous wall along that drive. Next. This is just showing you the 3 dimensions. Next. And so here we can see the planning of the project. So essentially, let's start with the plan on the right. You would drive in off of Dean. You have surface parking both to the east and the west. The stormwater management that had been mentioned before would be under that, it would be southwest technically, but northwest, yes, exactly, in that zone under that parking. So it would have access both to the townhouses and to the larger mixed-use development. And that would sit directly above that, on the left plan, the basement plan, directly above that parking, that L of the parking. Exactly. So one drives in off of Dean, then drives through the site and takes the ramp down to the basement. In total, we have, in this configuration, 169 parking spaces, including the townhouses. And in an alternative plan, which we'll see later, we can get 180, and that means then sacrificing some surface area exactly in that upper right corner. But we can then we can get to 180 parking spaces. And just to call out some of the things happening on the ground floor, it's BMO, we have a restaurant space and a cafe, we have co-working, we have tenant workout space, leasing office, and incubator as well, business incubator. Next. And then as you can see here, there's a variety of units from studios and 1 bedrooms to 2 and 3 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms being the largest unit types, and then the 10 townhouses to the west. You can go to the next. And here you'll see we've pulled up the PV array. We're not exactly sure of the precise location yet on the roof plan on the right where the green roofs will be placed and how much of that will be green roof, but that's to be discussed and determined in the next step of the site design. Next. And then you can see some elevations of the project which really show more the rhythm and the kind of repetition of, let's say, a certain module that then gets broken down and carved into these different steppings that we mentioned before, but also certain volumes that bump out, such as the bank, to create a more filigree, more textured facade that really does engage this kind of pedestrian scale and is not so monolithic and imposing. Next, and also different layers of materials as we go up in the project as it goes from one layer to the next. Next. And in the townhouses, of course, also using forms such as pitched roofs and incorporating dormers and balconies in order to really, let's say, confront the two-sidedness of this site, where one is definitely more urban and speaks to more of the commercial corridor of Winona Drive, while the other is on Gordon, speaking more towards the neighborhood context of the single-family houses, so really incorporating elements of those single-family houses as we face that part of the site. Next. Here you can see that alternative configuration where we lose the 7 parking stalls and we replace it with pervious paving to the northwest of the site, and that gives us an additional net 13 stalls, which brings us to 182, I believe. Yes, that's correct. Yes. So we have, I said 180 earlier. It's actually 182 parking stalls, and this is definitely within the parking requirements of the site. The trade-off here, of course, as you can see, is if we include those stalls, we're compromising some green space. So that's more of a question of necessity of parking versus necessity of the open green space in that corner of the site. Next. And then you can see here in the landscaping plan, again, there's the stormwater positioning in the upper left, and then a variety of plantings that surround the site. We ideally want to continue to push this plan with the landscape team, or the landscape engineers, and then our local architects, DKWA, and really work on, let's say, the types of plantings and understand what's going to need the least amount of water, the least amount of care. We don't want to, of course, overburden this site with vegetation that's not going to have a kind of year-round robust quality to it. So we're going to definitely work on that. But the idea is that you get a textured, layered group of vegetation, sets of vegetation that create variety throughout the site. Next.
I can cover this, Doug. So this is a little bit about our parking. So as you saw in the past slides, right now if we do include that future parking potential lot, which is additional 20, we're at 182, which is above our requirement. But if we don't include that, which would be our preference, we're at 169, so we're at 11 short. So really it's a question posed to you guys of, would you rather have a nice neighborhood garden for the residents in that neighborhood and for our tenants, or would you like us to meet the parking requirement that the city of Winona has and not have as much garden and open space? And so one of the things we did, because we wanted to kind of substantiate this claim and make sure we have enough parking for our residents, because that's a big kind of instrumental business driver for us, we had JT Engineering, who's doing our TDMP and TIA. They did this ITE parking demand study. And so what this looks at is, because you have both residential and commercial tenants using this whole space, we have BMO, we have a restaurant, we have a business incubator, all that stuff. We have different times that people are parking at our space, both on surface and below. And so during that period, we looked at, okay, when's the highest demand that we might have parking on site? So when would we have both commercial and residential people there? So the residents are coming home likely from work around 5 or 6, and we probably still have some cars that are actually staying around for either their business or they're staying and coming and grabbing a drink at the restaurant. And so that's what you see here. And the heaviest hours are between 11 p.m. and that's a typo, it's supposed to be 5 a.m. So between 11 and 5. And if you see here, the max amount is 121. So we think that 169 stalls is plenty for us to have, and we're totally comfortable with that from a business case. And so we're hoping that the Plan Commission can get comfortable with that from the Plan Commission's case. And if they can't, that's okay. We're going to have to add additional parking in that green space area, but we'd rather not have to do that because we'd rather have open space for both our tenants and the neighbors. If you want to flip to the next slide. So, I know this is a big request for you guys. So one of the things we have proposed are several potential parking demand reduction strategies. And these are all ideas, nothing solidified yet, and that's why we're coming to you with them in our pre-hearing, so that hopefully next time we can kind of solidify them and come back with a couple, maybe all of them, maybe one or two, depending on your guys' response. So the first one is we're open to offering some sort of percentage for paying for the Monomer Transit annual pass for our tenants. The second one, which we're doing on our Madison project, is EV car share program, and that kind of ties in with the community car share, which would be through a zip car. And anecdotally, we've gone around and asked other municipalities kind of what they see of if we add an EV car or a zip car on our site, what would that mean for a reduction in our parking? And anecdotally, other municipalities have said it's about 6 to 1. So for every 6 stalls, 1 EV car or zip car would be needed. So we think if we add 2 or 3, that would easily, just that one solution would solidify the Planning Commission's need for potentially giving us that variance. So the next one is future flexible parking space, which is kind of what we've been discussing. We have another slide on that after this. The third one, or fourth one, is Monomer Transit. This is one I think we'd likely do regardless of what you guys vote on tonight or when we have the vote, and that is adding a bus stop or a future bus stop on the Springhaven and Winona Drive corner. We think that's a big benefit for our tenants, the neighbors, and everyone around. So we're going to be tearing up everything anyways, we might as well do it then. So then the fifth one is electric bike and electric scooter share. That's just for our tenants, but we really see that being a big instrumental key of getting rid of cars and going back and using kind of bikes and scooters again. And then the last one is off-site overflow parking. So with us acquiring the BMO on the corner, we're also acquiring the BMO right down on Winona Drive, which is adjacent the next block over. And so that, if you've seen it, it's a huge parking lot, and no one ever parks there. And so we're like, this is such a waste of space. And so one of the things that we're thinking about doing, and we're not sure what we're going to do with that space long term, because as soon as we're done with construction, BMO is going to move over into the new building. So that's going to be vacant. So we have to figure out what we're doing with that. But we figured in the interim, we might as well offer it up for our residents to have overflow parking. And then we're open. I know last time there was a lot of discussion about the schools and Winona High School and the students parking on Gordon. And that was a big concern of the neighbors. And so we're open to talking with the school board about potentially having them either lease that space or come to some sort of agreement with the school board so that they can have temporary high school parking there to kind of hopefully subside the need temporarily on Gordon. So those are our items. We'd like to discuss those tonight and kind of see what ones you guys think are good ideas, what ones are bad ideas, and then go from there. So again, this is the future parking map. So if we did add those stalls, it would be the map on the right. I would prefer we go with the map on the left. Sean, our director of development, had a good idea. He said we should put an edible garden that neighbors can walk through. So we just can't put like poison plants in there. But as long as it's mint and nice herbs, we can totally do it. So hopefully we vote for the edible garden, but understand if we need to hit the parking issue. And Doug, I'll turn it back over to you to wrap up.
Right, so in analyzing the site, we looked at let's say the different heights of projects around, just to really again have a project that, and you'll notice in the stepping and in the sizing of the townhouses that it does step down towards as we get closer to this subdivision. And then we go to the next slide. So these are the single height. These are two-story buildings, and then the next are 3 to 4-story buildings, which our project fits into. I mean, the townhouses, if you're counting that pitched roof as the 3rd story, but really feels more like 2, and then a pitched roof. And then we go to the next, and this is where we fit into roughly the context of the Winona. Next slide. Again, so this was our way of showing that we want to definitely break that frontage along that massive frontage on Winona Drive. And so next, we displace that volume of the buildable development to the back as townhomes next. We then begin to shape the site, as just mentioned, according to our understanding of where it should be lower or let's say more palatable to a pedestrian experience next. And then lastly, of course, considering open and green spaces that will surround the site. Next. And of course, as mentioned before, we also want to take into consideration the context of Winona, and so just a sample of its buildings, be they important or not to you, they're more just a sampling for us of what let's say the build's architectural context is, and what are the languages both of the civic buildings and then of the vernacular of if you go to the next, the residential pieces of the site or of the city. Next. And so you can see here, as some of you have seen before, maybe some not, a project that really striates and creates a kind of layering that further breaks down this massing and really creates a sense of lightness as it goes to the top, of like a heavy classical rusticated base that then becomes lighter as we change materiality, or either lighter bricks or using more mortar between the bricks. That's still to be determined based on the methodology of construction, and then really something even lighter at the top, either of a kind of paneling system, a hardwood panel, or some light material that would really help to, let's say, disappear into the sky. Next. And you can see here also the plantings. We want a lot of plantings around the perimeter. We want that center space to be with larger, robust planters for trees, particularly because we can't plant trees necessarily on that without the planters, of course, because of the parking below, but we would like to, again, densify with different types of vegetation that would make it a very welcoming space to hang out for pedestrians during the day. Especially with the cafe and the restaurant flanking both sides of that open space. Next. And here we can see, again, what would be that future herb garden on the left, or the open green space for the community and the townhouses as the walk-ups from Gordon Ave, so we find this to be quite an important aspect of the project, that there's really a very pedestrian characteristic still maintained on Gordon Ave. Next. And you can see it again here in the different, how the building on the left really steps down to be only 2 stories in front of that garden that you see on the left, and that the housing is really fitting in with this kind of residential character of this neighborhood. Next. And here they are in compilation. So just to summarize, we feel that this project is really an important step forward for the city, that it brings a lot of life and really revitalizes this overall large property, which is quite underutilized at the moment, which could be a huge asset both for the city and for the tenants that would live there. And we think that this project really could, let's say, as somebody said before, lead to sparking future developments of its nature in Winona. So thank you.
All right, is there anybody here that would like to register to speak on this item during the pre-hearing conference? I'm sorry, during the public hearing section? Not seeing anybody? Is there comments either through email or on Zoom?
Yes, I did receive one, and apologies, this was kind of during the meeting, so I'm trying to skim through this now, but this was received from Nicole Gruta at 4603 Shore Acres, and there is, it was with regard to this project, and there's concern for the exceptions that are being asked for large developments here, altering the small town feel of Monona Drive. This was directed at, a number of the pre-hearings, but most specifically this element for the GDP. Thanks.
And is there anybody on Zoom for the public hearing section?
Not that I have
Don't see any hands raised, and you can close the public hearing section and move on to item H, which is the pre-hearing conference for the neutral project Encompass Properties and the request for the consideration of a GDP and PIP for the site located at approximately 4601 through 4711 Winona Drive between Springhaven and Bean Avenue for a mixed-use development case 2/16/2021. Doug.
Thank you. The proposal here before us is the construction of a 4-story mixed-use development along Winona Drive with detached townhomes facing Gordon Avenue, 2.2 acre site bound by Springhaven to the north, Winona Drive to the east, Gordon Avenue to the west, and West Dean Avenue to the south. The revised plans include 83, 84 apartment units. There was a difference in unit count there, as well as 10 townhomes. The plans include ground floor commercial space, extensive green space, as well as underground parking. Just as way of a refresher from the process point of view, this was last before the Planning Commission for a pre-hearing in late January of this year. A couple things were asked of the applicant, including a traffic impact analysis, that be completed, that an entrance be added along Springhaven Avenue, as well as a discussion of greater surface parking being made available for the commercial uses as well. In terms of the land use, as mentioned, it includes market rate rentals, including 10 townhomes. The plans have shifted a little bit here with the share of 2-bedroom units decreasing, with the smaller units, the proportion of studios increasing since the January submittal. In addition to the BMO, Harris Bank that would have a drive-through at the corner of West Dean, sort of at the southeast corner of the site. The plans also have a fitness center, coffee shop, restaurant, resident co-working space, and business incubator, as well as a bike room with storage and a pet wash facility in the basement of the building. In terms of the green space, the city typically targets 30% open space. The applicant included these calculations on the submittal, and just under 31,500 square feet is at grade, with another 9,500 envisioned to be on the rooftop via the green roof. And so that would account for 32% at grade or 42% green space, including the roof as well. As mentioned, the curb cuts have been increased to include an option at Springhaven, and the townhome access is only from the rear with both tuck-under parking as well as a stall in front of the door. So that keeps the pedestrian feel along Gordon, does not have any curb cuts along there, and really sort of enhances the pedestrian scale, in addition to the 14-foot setbacks that exist around the site. In terms of the parking, that's definitely going to be a point of discussion this evening. The plans show a mix now with 81 stalls, at grade, with another 88 underground. One of the changes here was to include just the footprint of the building, with one level underground. So that number has decreased with the number at grade increasing, based on feedback and just to give a little bit more flexibility to the site as well. As mentioned, there's the option there for that northwest corner as well to have a potential flexible, maybe future parking as well, if needed. So in terms of what would be required by the city code, the calculation is included in the staff report, and it would be 183.5, so 184 stalls total would be required. The 81 surface, 88 underground stalls are included, and the documents did include the request to count 17 parallel stalls along Gordon Avenue as well. And in addition, as was mentioned by the applicant, they have quite a few different alternative options that should be discussed as potential options to add flexibility and potentially decrease the ask there. Additionally, the ITE parking demand was included as part of the study there that was done. The traffic impact analysis showed the most site demand, the AM peak, of course, being 7:30 to 8:30, and then the evening peak being 4:30 to 5:30. The Winona Drive and Dean intersection is expected to operate at the same standards, with that being light controlled. The Winona Drive and Springhaven would see a little bit more of an impact, given that it is not light controlled, but there was the suggestion that some of that traffic could divert to the south, making use of the light there again. In total, no changes were recommended to the existing infrastructure as part of the proposed development. The architecture and massing includes the extensive green plaza, both at the midpoint of the block as well as the community garden area. The step massing is used to kind of shift the massing away from Gordon Avenue and towards Winona Drive, which is also in line with the Winona Drive urban design guidelines, which this project would fall within. The neighborhood park is listed as a potential gathering space as well that the residents could enjoy, but would also add more visual interest to the site and less built area closer to the single family to the west. The updated densities were included as well for reference, including the approved Owen Road GDP, just for reference. Green infrastructure, the site certification is being discussed now, as well as solar and different elements to the project. The landscaping was just something to point out. The plans themselves showed, we're accounting just for the at-grade parking. Typically we do also account for the underground parking. The precedent for that was over at the Riverfront project. So those plans can be updated, including that. I think some of the points were not calculated outright in the sheet, so that can certainly be updated for the next discussion, but the Commission may still want to just give some feedback on that. And I know the applicant has met on their own time with the city's fire chief as well and discussed some of these plans. A couple of his comments were included in the staff report, but I know a larger discussion has already been had on that as well. That is it for me. I will stop talking now. Thank you.
Chris, number one. This is a little overwhelming, but it's exciting, and I think it looks really cool. I commend you on the design decisions, the parking alternatives. I think I don't really know where to begin. I think my biggest concern is probably parking, especially with the not the townhomes, but the if you're able to rent these all to a bunch of single people, I think we'll be okay. But most people, I don't know. I think two people living together usually they have two cars. So I'm concerned about parking. You've done a lot of analysis. I don't have a lot of experience with parking analysis, but that's just my number one concern. That's all I'm going to say for now. Thanks.
Corrine?
Thanks. I have to say, I really appreciate how you have listened to the feedback that we've given you on this project so far. And, walking through it at the end, again, just to show us where you started and where you are now, I think, really shows that you are trying to make this as successful as possible. So I appreciate that. I do have some concerns as well. So I'm going to try and take them in order with my notes here. I'll start with the parking, I guess. The parking is a significant challenge, as you know, and I appreciate that you're thinking about different strategies to try to alleviate that. But Gordon is not. You've heard the concerns expressed from the neighborhood about how parked up that street gets during the school year from the students, and Gordon's not an available parking solution for those 17 stalls. You made a comment too that it's really up to us to decide if we're going to be able to grant you that variance of parking, but I think it's really up to you to come forward with a proposal that shows that you can manage the parking requirements that we have. I don't think you're going to want to eliminate that corner garden either. I mean, it's beautiful. If that's really going to change your aesthetic, if you turn that into parking, so I don't think you want to do that. And I'm not sure if you'd meet the same green space requirements if you take that away as well. So I guess I like that you're thinking about other solutions to the parking. And that just gets to the point that I think we've stressed over and over again, is the density. Like, are there ways for you to take a look at the density? You're not off by that much. Is there a way for you to scale back the number of units in some way? I do really like the townhouse addition. I'm curious why you aren't considering those as condo units. That's something that I think would be great for the city to have, some additional owner-occupied housing. I just was curious if you have a reason for that.
We can't contractually with our architect. They won't build or stamp drawings that are condos. They'll only do for rent.
Huh.
So TKWA won't allow us. So that was kind of our decision maker.
Huh, okay. Let's see. You did have something in here where you were comparing the density to Owen Road. And, we did have a lot of, they were here, 4 or 5 times, and we worked with them. Density was a big concern for us there, density and parking as well. And they did reduce their units down to try to alleviate that, because you're not just dealing with the residential and the commercial, but you also, like you mentioned before, people have a party and they want to have guests over. You want them to be able to have a place to park. So parking is probably the biggest issue. Let's see. You were asking about, I'm really curious about the zip car. I think that could be a really interesting and cool way to meet some of the challenges as well. So if that's something that seems viable and you have some data on that, I think that would be something that I'd be willing to consider. And let's see. You mentioned the meditation and yoga studios, but in looking at this is really small, so I couldn't read the
Yeah.
I couldn't read like the unit mix when you were laying it out on the design. Are those meditation and yoga rooms labeled on here?
No, we haven't detailed, we're still like in SD, so we haven't detailed out where those are going to be, but there is allocated space, we just haven't designed it yet.
Okay, I mean, I was just thinking maybe if you take away a couple of rental units and put in these meditation or yoga spaces, you know, you reduce your parking demand. as
Additional,
well.
yeah.
I really did like that garden, so I hope you find
I
a way
love
to
the
keep
garden,
that.
it
Yeah.
looks amazing.
Let's see. The traffic analysis was done in July when students are not driving and parking.
Mhm.
So maybe that could be redone in September when the students are back in school.
Probably not. Those traffic analyses are pretty expensive.
Okay.
And so for us to redo that, it would be a whole another round with JC Engineering. I can ask them though, I don't know if it actually matters. Jim, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Could you answer that question?
Yeah, I think something a little bit outside, a little aware, just kind of helping fill in. Yeah, I don't have some idea of how much that might be increased, but you know, and I said those covered on July. I think we're maybe some talk of trying to get some if there was a change in bonds for that, but I don't know that I have enough familiar with that site personally to be sure of that and how much that's going to increase or not.
Okay. I mean, we
I
can
didn't
look
really
at
catch that.
we can look at having Jim go back out and they have to go back out and like do traffic counts and everything. So
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's some other data that you can collect that you can factor in some way. But that was a big concern, and to do the analysis when the students aren't there may not give you the most clear picture. I think that's all I'm going to say for now. I mean, I do really like the project. I just am concerned about parking and the density and you know, making sure that that's going to work for the residents and for you.
yeah.
Any other pieces, Craig?
I don't think so.
All right. Chris?
I think Kareen did it right on the head. We talked about this project quite a bit, and the last time I was here, we said we need more parking for commercials, so you added that, but then you took out underground parking.
It's hard to hear you, Chris.
Okay, I'll start all over. Better? He took it.
I took my mic. That's my fault. I'll say that.
So,
Yes, thank you, Chris.
Sure. I think Kareen hit it on the head when she talked about the parking. Last time you were here, we talked about we need more parking for the restaurant, for the commercial uses up on top, which you did add, which is great, but then you took away the underground parking, so that's too expensive. So do you want to lose the park and less green space, or what do you want to do? That's not a reasonable thing to come back to us and say, because we didn't create that. She's very much right when she says, you know, it's not an either or for the Plan Commission. We have standards for the green space that you need to meet, and we have standards for the parking. Agree 100% that Gordon is off limits. The neighborhood's been here many, many times talking about how busy it is and how hard it is. And the only place in our history we've ever allowed any on-street parking was at the one down on the Winona Gardens, and that's because there is no other use there. There is nobody that could possibly park in that road, and so we made an exception for that. Other than that, we never say that, yeah, you can count street parking for your parking. So I think parking's an issue. You know, how much green space do you have if you put that parking lot in where the garden is shown?
Doug, do you know the percentage of green space we have if we add that additional future parking? Is it below 30%, or are we right at 30%?
Sure it would be.
I think right now we're at
The site would be for sure below 30%, and including the green room, it's probably pretty close to being 30% total.
The green roofs don't go towards the site green space. You know, people down on the site don't see that. You could theoretically have a completely paved over site and then have some green roofs and say we need it, and it doesn't. So it's got to be what's down below. I think you have to look at it and see what you can do. Now, I agree that a potential for a car that's shared, I don't know much about it. I'm going to back this up a little bit. We've been really burned on parking. We have many times. And we've seen wonderful presentations like this, that, oh, this is how it's going to work, and all this is going to go, and they're going to share parking, and it's blown apart, and it hasn't been close. And it's happened to us on numerous projects, so we're really touchy about parking. Here, you don't have Winona Drive to park on. You don't have half a Dean to park on. So when people come here and there's no parking, there's one side of Dean and Gordon, which we already know is pretty well parked up. So I think you're going to hear universally from everybody that parking's an issue. So we've talked about that before too. Do you put a few less units in so you can hit your parking? I mean, it's up to you to come up with some proposals, and up to us to look at them, but I don't think it's reasonable to tell the Plan Commission, well, here's where we are, and we'll take out this and you have your parking. I think we want landscaping, we want green space, we want adequate parking. I think, I don't know what an EV would do, or a, what'd you call it, zip car?
Yeah.
Zip car. I don't know what it would do for parking requirement. I have no feel for it. So I would anticipate that if we did say, yeah, let's try it, we'd have to have a backup plan. Just like we did down in Winona Gardens. Like, if this doesn't work, here's a lot that's got to be in there. It's got to be built on. I can see a possibility if everybody thinks that would work. We have no experience with it. So I think it would be a bit of a leap of faith on your part too, because there would certainly be a condition that if the Plan Commission felt that it was underserved for parking, they could come back and make you put in that other lot. You know what I'm saying?
We could do that.
Yeah. I mean, but nobody here really wants to lose all that green space, but we need to know that there's a fallback, because I don't think anybody in this commission is ready to take a leap of faith on shared parking right now.
Well,
No, shared car is fine, but shared parking like we did down at the Current, or like we've done so many different places, and it's like, well, we don't have enough parking. And then I think CDA participated to get more parking in the area. That's a double burn. So anyhow, that's not your problem. It's just our experience, and experiences make us who we are, right? Mm-hmm. And so you're going to hear a lot about parking. As far as the plans tonight, these are really great concepts. They're very conceptual, but as Karine mentioned, there's not much to look at. It's really hard to see any detail. So while I would consider this a good pre-hearing for a GDP, I would not consider this a pre-hearing for a PIP. We don't have PIP type of detail. You can't read these things. I was here this weekend with a magnifying glass trying to read some of the tiny print on these 8.5 by 11s. I thought, this is ridiculous. I gave up reading it. So when we're going to start looking at PIP type of details, we need something we can actually read. We've got a full city block here, and the site plan is 5 inches wide. It's just hard to give you solid feedback and analysis when we don't know it, like the stormwater, we don't really know what you're proposing yet. Mm-hmm. So, and that's the type of detail you see on a PIP. So you say it's a pre-hearing for both. I don't see this as much of a PIP pre-hearing because we don't have that type of detail. I don't think, do you?
I think that's fair. I think, I mean, when I was noticing this, because this did go in, it did go in the paper for the GDP as we had done with Owen Road. So it was a ways off. So it was
you had to notice ahead of time.
Than it narrowed into.
Okay.
But it is our PIP pre-hearing. That was the original intent.
So I had noticed it as both. Honestly, I mean, with the steps remaining, for your schedule, it probably doesn't change things too much if the PIP does need to come back for another pre-hearing. I think I would encourage the commission to give feedback that the applicant would be comfortable moving forward and getting to that point, because I'm not sure that some of these things have been finalized, but to kind of work on the parameters that they could then move towards that PIP would be my suggestion.
It's hard to comment on details when we don't have details.
Yeah, I mean, we're walking this fine line, and it's kind of a dichotomy of we're spending a lot of money on this project, not knowing if it's going to move forward, and these concerns about parking. I mean, honestly, those are kind of big red flags for us that we might not move it forward because we've done all we can with CDA, and they've kind of come to us with a final number as far as TIF, and that's one of the reasons why we reduced parking in the basement area, Because if we got more TIF, we could build more. But we got quotes from McGann Construction, and it just did not pencil with where it's at. And so the problem is the equation we run in our pro forma is if we reduce units, that reduces the amount of cost you can spend. So now we'll have to reduce more parking. So we're kind of at this point where we've been here 5 times, and this is kind of our final proposal that works for our numbers. And if we can't make it work for Plan Commission, I don't know if we'll be back.
Okay, that's fair. You're going to hear it, I think, for everybody. You have to get parking. You have to get it. I don't know what you're doing at CDA or anybody else, but you need enough parking for this proposal. And if you're saying we're a leverage, if you don't let me get by with 13 less stalls, I won't do it, then you don't do it. But that's my vote. Don't come here and tell me, well, you got to let me do less parking, otherwise I'm not going to do the deal.
Well, we have additional parking. We're asking for either less parking or to allow us to use our green roofs for open space requirements.
We have a clarification on some parking that Doug and I were mentioning that I think would be prime for us just to present.
Yeah, I have a couple. There was the one that Alder Holmquist and I were just scribbling here was the clarification for the commercial space, the 12,000 square feet. Does that include the tenant-only spaces, including fitness center and things like that wouldn't be open to the public?
Doug or Sean? Doug,
It does not.
It does not. Okay.
There's additional space on the ground floor for all of those things.
Okay. Because that could have been a potential saving on some of the parking. And another point that I should have raised during the staff report, so apologies, but I'll mention it now, was really the hours when the parking is needed. On Gordon, for example, that I would assume that the high school parking would be during the day, when I would imagine that the building is quieter, and so maybe it's an evening type overflow, evening and weekends and things like that. So just kind of putting that out there as a possibility that there could be differing demands for that street parking. It's just something else to consider as well.
And the square footage of the BMO site with 3 drive-through aisles, I think, was another consideration. I can't remember the size of the BMO site square footage.
6,000 square feet, just under 6,000.
So 20 stalls are being allocated for the BMO site.
And then the other point I did want to make that we're not counting Gordon in any of our calcs. So if we counted Gordon, we'd actually be over parked. And then as far as the Springhaven count, we feel that that's adequate because that's the existing condition on site. That antique mall, that's all they use for their parking is that Springhaven. And half of that's in our lot line, half of it's in the cities. And so we felt like that was a justifiable variance for us to bring to the Plan Commission.
It's all right. This is all good because I think parking is a GDP issue, and so we have enough detail to talk about parking. So I have no issue with that. I'm talking about all the other details that we get with the PIP. There's a lot more than just that. I agree with the Gordon Avenue. We talked about that at a couple other hearings. That would be fine parking. We've done that in other areas, so I don't have any issue with that. What did I say?
Gordon.
Oh, excuse me. No, Gordon. Yes, sorry. Springhaven, where we talked about the right angle parking, and we have done that or proposed in other areas, and I think that's appropriate. And we did run that by Public Works, did we not? Don't you chair Public Works?
I do.
Okay.
That was before.
Oh, okay.
We ran the Winona Garden has been officially through Public Works.
Right.
This one, I've spoken with the Public Works director, but it's not been formally through the.
Right, but we've gotten a tentative, that we could maintain the existing parking arrangement.
Exactly, it's the existing condition.
Correct, okay, so that's not an issue. The issue is those last stalls. And, for me, like I said, I have no experience with these cars. They talked about it with the Monona Garden site and said they're going to do it, then at the end they said, no, we're not going to do it, it's not going to work out. So if we took something like that, I'd be open to that, but I'd want a fallback. We have to have a plan B then, if it doesn't work. Your offer on the other BMO site, that's a generous offer, but it's temporary. So it's not a permanent solution. And I think it'd be great for school and the kids to be able to have somewhere to park where they don't have to be on that road, but what we have to look at is what's going to happen 20 years, 30 years, 50 years from now. Those buildings will still be there. So we can't base a parking analysis on having temporary lots that are stalls that are going to be gone whenever that site gets redeveloped. Unless those stalls were to stay there. But I think that's a pretty hard thing for you to commit to right now.
For 30 years or 40 years?
Yeah. I think you can't. You don't know your redevelopment plan yet.
Yeah.
And you're probably going to have the same issue there, is you're going to pump it full of as many units as you possibly can and try to get the parking out of it, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd love to just put a big box on that site, Chris,
Yeah.
and then put like 200 units.
Yeah.
Neighbors would be...
Per level.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
You buy a room, you don't buy a unit.
Okay. Traffic analysis, it was a pretty clean traffic analysis. It was a very, very clean traffic analysis. I'm not sure if the students, I mean, they're going to certainly hit a bulb right at that dismissal time. I'm not sure about coming with dismissal, but I don't know if it's going to really change it. I can't believe what a good level of service we have at that stoplight. I mean, we're really fortunate. So I was pleased with your traffic analysis. It looked good. And
Props to JT.
Yeah, well, the only thing, I mean, I don't know if we've had anybody review it, but assuming we like their assumptions and the things they did, it had some great results. I've mentioned it many times, you're going to have to check your turning radiuses getting in that BMO drive-through. There are very few cars that can turn around there and get into that first stall, and, pickup needs 50 to 60-foot diameter to turn around, so when you're coming, that's a PIP detail, but keep in mind.
We actually did change the turn radius.
I saw that,
and
but
we did a big cut.
I saw that cut. Just
Yeah.
make sure you take a look at that in the final. If we get to a PIP, that's something we'll want to make sure you're good on.
Well, let's get through parking and then we can get to a PIP.
I talked about green space, landscaping, absolutely includes all stalls, below and above.
Yeah.
The example, of course, would be a building with all underground parking. You say, oh, we don't need any landscaping. No. It's just, it's the metric we use, and the metric also aligns with how many units. You could use a lot of things, but parking is with units, and units are the size of the property. So it all comes down to, we do use all the stalls. And I would add, on this particular site, I would expect it to be above and beyond minimum. This is the corner of Winona Drive and Dean Avenue. This is an incredibly important corner, and I would expect it to be landscaped substantially better than minimum.
Yeah.
So
that was a big driver for sites, because we knew that was a concern of the neighbors.
And if we do, if everybody else thinks that there are some alternatives as far as zip vehicles or wherever the heck they are, and it's something that we're willing to look at as being a possibility, we still need Plan B, which would be, so your presentation have to have Plan B, which might end up being that other lot, and then what happens to your green space? And if you don't have enough green space, what are you going to do to compensate for not having enough green space? That all goes into your plans.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any ideas?
Do I have any ideas?
Yeah.
We've done a lot of things in the past. The green space is an amenity, and unfortunately, you don't have a lot of green space by Winona Drive and Dean, which is where it's the most important in the front of the building. But some things that we've done in the past are decorative patios, really decorative site amenities that can help the site. It might be on some of your plaza area or something, but you have some amenities that really add to the site and add to the, what should I say, the overall feeling of the site, which maybe makes up for not having, for maybe your 28% green space. I don't know what you end up at. You can only go so far. But we have had instances in the past where we've allowed additional site amenities to help offset deficiency in green space. Is that vague enough?
That's vague enough.
Good.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Give me clear direction.
I heard the architect mention something about maybe not masonry, and I think we talked about that in the very beginning, that on Winona Drive and Dean, we really wanted to see masonry, so I'm not sure what he was getting at, because the presentations you had before, you did have different types of masonry and different changes in jointing and things, but it was all masonry.
It's all going to stay masonry. We're just trying to figure out how we're detailing it with the grout, and so it will just...
I thought I heard something different, like different panels and something.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
my suggestion was just simply that it could either be different colors of bricks specifically, or it could be different amounts of mortar between the bricks. But
Okay.
that it would be
Beautiful.
And then there is one change to the fourth floor where it sets back. We're deciding between metal panel and like a hardy plank.
Okay, well, something we'd have to see. That'd be a VIP detail. You know, I'm not going to say anything else other than that right now. I mean, really what you're asking for tonight is the parking, and I think, because we've seen everything else.
Yeah.
And the parking is a big deal. I think I've given you enough of my feedback for that. We'll see what everyone else has to say on that, if that seems reasonable.
Brandon?
You guys ready for me? Is that what you said?
Yep, you're up.
Okay. So I might sound like a contrarian to the rest of the plan commission about the parking. This is probably going to show me as the technology futurist guy. But I know that we've got, certain amounts of parking in our code, but if we're talking about 30, 40, 50 years into the future in terms of making sure how we're planning this real estate, I know we have to take the code at the current face value, but my optimistic hope is that we would see a downward trend in the total number of parking stalls that are required in most of these types of zonings a decade out from now or 20 years from now. I really appreciate the good faith effort to try to identify ways to make the parking work. If, as the percentage that we're talking about as an issue, I think it bears, continuing discussion about how much of an issue we'll have here, but rather than thinking about it from the perspective of just the city, or I don't know how I put this differently, we can have we're having a planning discussion right now, and if we get it wrong as it relates to, the number of people who are going to occupy those units, then we're going to have an unmanaged situation in the surrounding area where people are coming up with their own parking solutions, to make sure that they can access the services that they want to. So I don't know if, in terms of some of the studies you guys have done in terms of planning this out, if you've done any, prospective customer surveys, how you might lease the units themselves, et cetera, like how the plan for the businesses, like, are there going to be people who are going to be interested in a unit where there's going to be possible limitations on the total number of parking, that's a total amount of parking that might be available for the unit? That's not really a plan commission issue. I don't think that's more of a business decision or lease agreement issue between the property owner and the tenants. But my gut is that we're going in the right direction in terms of parking generally long term. I'm not concerned that we're going to have a problem 10 years from now. I do think that there's the potential that we'll have an issue for the next 3 years or 5 years or something like that. But I think when I look out to the longer term, if this was a question about a variance for less total parking at the location, I think we're anticipating future versions of the code. That's what my instinct is. And I would definitely opt to the side of anything that would ensure preserving greenscapes, because I think that will that'll stand as a testament to time to me, a lot more importantly. Anyways, that's my outlook on the parking problem. Not saying that we're totally out of the woods with it, because, like I said, the immediate, I think there could very well be a problem by not meeting the code, but I don't believe that there's a long-term issue with suggesting a potential variance.
Okay. Could I reply to that? Sure. Brandon, I like your questions, and thank you for your questions on have we done any surveys or anything like that. And what we've seen in past developments is typically in urban environments we'll see a 1-to-1 parking ratio. Sometimes in the larger units we'll see 2-to-1, but that's pretty rare. And so what we've done is all the tenants below grade have for sure one stall. And so we have 88 stalls below grade, and we have 83 units in those two buildings on Winona Drive. So we'll for sure have enough for 1-to-1, which is typically what we see, and that will definitely be able to lease the units. And then some of the units will be able to get 2-to-1, whether that's below grade or surface, that's yet to be seen. And then all the townhomes are tuck under, so they're in their own garage. So from a business case perspective, we have zero concern with parking. And honestly, I think the Winona code, and you referenced this, is a little bit behind other municipalities, because what we've seen in other municipalities is a 1-to-1 requirement, no matter the size of the unit. And so if we had that here, we'd be well above the parking ratio. But because we have like 1 to 1.5 for 1-bedrooms, and then it's 2 for 2 bedrooms, and so on and so forth, there's just some bigger parking requirement that I think you're right is in 10 to 20 years probably going to be a waste of space. And that space could be better served with garden space or nice buildings or things like that. So I agree with your comments.
Brandon, did you have any other feedback to that?
I can't hear whoever was speaking.
Did you have any other feedback to that?
No, I thought that I remember from an earlier iteration of this, didn't you have some concept about like shadows, like through the course of the day? I think it was with your project where you were showing like the sunlight in terms of how it's going to fall on different parts of the community there in Winona. I thought that you guys had done some, maybe I'm making that up in my mind, but I thought that I had reviewed something online with that many months ago in a prior iteration. I just didn't see that among the packet of information here. And I would second Chris's comment on, from a concept perspective, there's a lot of information here, but it, the information underneath the surface, the higher level of detail for more detailed review. I don't think that's present. For this round, basically, I agree with Chris's comment. That's all I have.
And you're not dreaming that there were previous slides regarding
Shadow studies?
Shadow and passive solar and all the elements regarding the design with solar, with the sun shadows.
Yeah.
Early design. He's just referencing that used to be part of the packet, and he was just making comment if there's been a significant change based on this new concept. Is that what you were going after, Brandon?
Well, I'm just saying I thought that was for the sake of the public, especially since we're talking about urban infill. This is going to be dramatic. The elevation views I think are nice for community members. But those shadow studies, I thought if I was living in the surrounding community, being able to maintain those documents as a part of the packet, I think is a really nice perspective for the homeowners in the area, in addition to the elevation. So I would just maintain those documents as a part of your packet. That's all I'm saying. If there's not a new study that has been conducted and may not be necessary, that's understandable. But I thought that they were very useful documents for the public.
Susan?
Well, yeah, I would echo that I really appreciate all the work you've done on this, and I think it's really a great project, and I really want to make it work. I also don't think the students being present is going to affect the traffic appreciably. I mean, they come in and park, and that's it. They're not driving in and out during the day. They park in the morning, they leave in the afternoon. So I just don't see that as affecting the traffic study. I think the traffic information we have is fine. I share some of the concerns about parking, although, the other thing is you have as one of your commercial a restaurant. If you don't have a restaurant there, I mean, you might not really need that. I mean, that draws more parking, and that's kind of what we've seen at the Current. I mean, because that's what brings in a lot of the cars. And I don't know, that might just be something to think about, whether that's really what you want there. Because your other commercial, I don't think draws that. I mean, I'm looking at 40 stalls for commercial. I'm thinking, why do you need that for that if you don't have something like a restaurant? So I don't know, that's one thing. But I think, I also hate to lose that garden area, but I'm thinking maybe there's a compromise there where you could get one more strip of parking or something and lower the green space, and it would be, and maybe it wouldn't quite be 30, but, you know, I think the way you've broken up the buildings and you've got the green space around it, I mean, for me, I would be willing to accept something less than 30 if it comes out to be that, if you have to add a little more parking. I don't know if that's something you can look at again, if they're realistic, that there'd be a way to do that. I also agree with you that for the housing, sometimes we might over-require parking. I could see a zip car availability being helpful potentially. I'm not sure that Monomer Transit or Madison Metro is something you're going to have control over. When you said you'd add a stop, I mean, that's up to Madison Metro, I think, determines where their stops are. I don't think you necessarily would, you know, it could be a suggestion, but it would depend on them and whether there's the ridership or whatever. So some of that I don't know that you have control over. I also agree with the off-site overflow parking. That's great, but it is temporary. I mean, school district might be interested in, you know, making that more formalized, but again, it would just be a temporary thing. At some point, that would go away. So I don't think we can necessarily rely on that. I just, for me, I'd like to see some sort of backup of a little more parking. And unfortunately, it might mean getting rid of part of that green area, and as I said, some kind of compromise. But I'm not personally feeling the need to come up with the whole 184 stalls. I just don't feel like that's necessary. Even if that's technically what our code requires. That's sort of where I am on it. I really do like the project. Otherwise, I appreciate what you've done to step back the building. I think it's very attractive, and the masonry on the front I always liked from the beginning. So I don't think I had any other comments about that. The only other thing I noticed is the lack of balconies for the residents, except for the townhouses. And I'm just wondering if that's a concern at all with rentals these days, since so many places do have balconies. I mean, do you have any thought about that in terms of rentability or?
Yeah, it's funny. We actually just changed the design. It's not on this plan, but we're adding balconies on all interior of the courtyard. And so all those units will have balconies. And so it's about 50%. So residents will have an option of either having a nice big window or a balcony. But that will be on the next iteration of plans if we get there.
Okay. No, that's helpful to know. That's really all I have, I guess. Not really adding a lot, just still trying to think of ways to add a little more parking.
Rob?
All right. Well, I hope there is a next iteration of plans moving forward. Probably getting tired of seeing us, but I'm just going to kind of go through here and jump around a little bit and interject with some of my general overall thoughts. As far as the site design is concerned, I'm going to hold off for parking until last. I think the site works well, and this, you know, the landscape plan is kind of unreadable, but it paints a picture to some degree, which, you know, I can see the massing of plants and the quantities and things, and I did go online and look and zoom way in, and I was able to decipher kind of most of the species and things, and I think it's generally really good. A couple of comments on that. The trees in the courtyard area, I think efforts should be made to get more soil in those if you want those to be a stately presence and kind of create. It's going to be really tough with the amount of soil you have. I know you called for mounding those up, but care should be taken there. Just to the, let me see here, to the west of the buildings in that courtyard space, you know, maximizing that landscape is great. You called out a green roof mix, and I'm assuming that's some sort of like a plant mix with low water, sedums and things like that, which I think could be really cool. And I think it's something that could be carried throughout the site. And, you know, it's kind of unquantifiable by our landscape point standards, but it's got more benefit than I think a lot of landscaping that we see if you landscape with plant communities instead of, you know, polka dot, here's a plant here, here's a plant here with spaces between. You can work them together to create a mulch layer and then, you know, different seasonal layers, which is kind of what shows on your graphics. But when you get into the landscape design, I think that would do a lot as far as sites go and kind of what your overarching, sustainable green infrastructure goals are. And we don't see a lot of that in a lot of landscaping. Actually, the library is probably some of the landscaping around here. Some of it is kind of akin to what I'm talking about. As far as the lot coverage and green space, I disagree with Chris that you can't count the green roofs as it might not be a 1-to-1, but I think there's an added benefit to having the green roofs. And I understand that at grade green space is an amenity, but I don't think you can ignore the added benefit of a green roof and what that can do. I think the city of Madison actually counts that towards green spaces. Even patio areas, I think they can count. That's one thing. Bear with me here. Parking, I'm going to come back to that. I know whether this is PIP or not, there's some notes about some stone outcroppings along the Winona Drive as seating elements. I like that. I think that can be incorporated throughout the site. I think I'll jump into the meat of it now, which is parking. Yeah, I want to see this project work. I'm not as concerned about parking. I think there is, things to look at. However, we want to start, more and more you hear about young people not getting their license, looking for alternative methods of transportation. And I think if there are alternative options that are more concrete, specifically I think having dedicated vehicles for the tenants outside of just a zip car. And I would agree, I'm not 100% sure how zip cars work, but I understand how there's a dedicated vehicle for a building. And if there's 3 of those, that's genuine savings on parking in my book. And I agree with Brandon and his thoughts. I don't think every project requires the maximum number of parking stalls. And this one is in a unique situation in my mind in that it has a Plan B built in right there. We can do that, and we can have a requirement that it has to be a main sustainable option. It's a permeable paving in that parking lot area. So maybe you lose the green space, but you get some benefits from stormwater. Ideally, that would not be that. I would love to see that corner. I don't know what that corner is going to be. It's going to be a giant herb garden if it's going to be just herbs. More basil than you know what to do with. So I would love to see a designed idea of what that space could be. And that would be the preferred option. That said, I don't want too much investment because if we have to put a parking lot there, unfortunately, at least it's there. I think in general that kind of sums up what I have a lot of detailed notes here about soil depth and plant communities, things like that. But in general, I really like the project. And just touching quickly on the actual design of the buildings, I've been a huge fan since day one. I think you've listened to our comments time and time again and have come back, and it's improved every single time that you brought it back, I think. And so a lot of credit goes to your architectural design team because I think this is something we haven't seen in Winona. Also, I would say the analysis of how it fits into the community is something we haven't seen that from any other applicant as long as I've been on Plan Commission. Looking at the height differences of all the different surrounding communities, light, setbacks, like that helps to give assurances that this is going to fit in. And I think it's a wonderful project, and I really hope it goes forward. So.
Just to To keep going back to the parking discussion, just one more point of clarification was sort of a generalization that I took, and almost a little bit of a liberty here with the commercial space, just assuming 1 per 300 for the entirety of that at the 12,000 square feet. You know, the code does have specifics for restaurants, cafes, things like that, based upon seating, and if not, on the GFA. But instead did just kind of put it as a blanket. So maybe a suggestion could be a greater granularity on that in terms of square footage of each of the uses, and to sort of clarify that a little bit to the point of the bank potentially and things like that. So there could be a little bit more discussion, but I did at least just want to point that out. It could impact things either way, but just a point of clarification, certainly for anyone following along as well. Thanks.
Well, with some of those additions, I want to just do one more quick rip through, and then I'll give my last 2 cents if I have any. Chris?
I was curious. My parking concern is primarily with the apartments. Can you dig deeper? Can you do more underground parking?
No, we're pretty much at the end of our rope as far as financing goes, and so we've pushed the pro forma as far as we can. And I mean, we've iterated on this for almost a year now, and this is kind of like the best and final we have. And if we can't make this work, I don't think it's going to work.
Okay. Great.
I would like to see it work as well, and I do think, going off of Brandon's point, you know, maybe the combination of a temporary solution at your other lot with the zip car, you know, I think there's ways to make this work without having to take the garden. I want the garden too.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, I don't know if the pet wash is in the basement, and if so, like, how many spaces would that take up? Maybe that could be moved up to the co-working space or something in a bathroom there. I don't know. But,
yeah,
you know, there might be other ways. I don't know what's in your basement.
Yeah.
Can't read it yet.
We don't have a pet wash right now downstairs. It's
Okay.
up on that first floor.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, I really appreciate all of the feedback you've taken, and I'd like to see the project go forward.
As far as the granularity, I would disagree with that. And I would have you look at in-seat print, the fitness center and all that, because when we said, yeah, you can build in-seat prints, you don't need all that because you've got a Blockbuster and you don't need much parking, uses change. And now it's Princeton Express and needs a heck of a lot more parking. So to come in here and say, well, we'll only do this type of business here, it's a commercial space, and that changes. And we've experienced that in Winona time and time and time again, where a building's too big with not enough parking. So I don't know how we can come in and say, well, if you say this is only going to be whatever would take not much parking. I don't know how we can accept that, and then we've just shoehorned ourselves into another one of those situations. As far as the parking, I'm negative Nancy here tonight, but I'm not against this. I just want to make sure we have to have a fallback, because I will caution the entire commission to remember the current. You know, we thought we had that dialed in. We thought we had it figured out, and Brian, it was what, hundreds of thousands of dollars we paid to fix the situation, and luckily we had a place we could do it. Otherwise, it would have been, our hands would have been tied. So we have to have a plan B. I know we all want to see green space, but there has to be a plan B in case, which would be that spot, because it hits what we're talking about. It hits it with that parking lot. So we just have to be prepared, I think, for something like that. With, you know, if there's a pool car, that sounds better to me. A zip car sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like a kiddie car or something. But some type of a pool car, I like the idea of that, and say that with this and with that, we can take away, and if it's 1 for 6, so we gain 10 stalls, I mean, you can do the math, and it can be pretty close. But to me, there has to be a plan B for that parking, just because we've been hit so many times on parking where we thought we had it dialed in and we didn't. And I think, I understand Madison has lower standards, but a lot of their really big apartment buildings are very walkable to the entire downtown, and people don't have a car. They don't drive, but I expect most people here will likely have a car. And more power to you if you can get Madison Met, because Madison Met won't service Winona right now, so more power to you if you can get them. Pardon? I know it's in discussions, but if you can get them to agree to that, man, you'll help their discussions on it.
Maybe we'll help the discussions.
Maybe you will,
Hopefully.
but I think it'd be a great amenity for your building.
Yeah.
If they have a stop around there. So this goes back for, I'm not against this project. I'm just very cautious about parking.
Yeah.
Parking, we have to have a plan.
I mean, I would say one big differentiating factor that we have from, we keep referencing the current, and I know you guys got burned pretty hard on that, but I mean, if you look at that retail clientele, they got Forage, True Coffee, Buck and Honey's, and whatever the smoke shop is called, Tasting Room. I mean, that is insane for parking, right? That's the highest use you could get in that whole area. And we already have half our retail full by a bank. And if you drive over there, they maybe have 3 cars in their parking lot on a daytime.
I think I can speak on behalf of the entire commission. We hope you're that successful.
Well, hopefully we are.
So you have,
well, we don't have enough space to be that successful, though. So, yeah.
Brandon?
I promise you I'm not a paid spokesperson for Zipcar, but in all the major communities around the country that I've ever been in, I've been exposed to and I've myself used Zipcar for probably close to a decade. It's not like a newfangled business, and there are other competitors in that space as well. I would argue that it is a mature business model. I mean, it still might also fit into this area of being considered temporary, because if the business case doesn't work out for that car share type of market, then I suppose it's really not a permanent solution. But just for public comment, I think that Zipcar is actually a pretty legit business. I know it might have like a funny sounding name, but it's a high value service, especially in a lot of urban communities across the country.
So that's a company. I thought this was a type of car, a little zip car.
No, it's the name of a company that basically manages fleet vehicles, and then you're doing hourly rentals of that car.
We'll
So
help
they
him
maintain-
download it on his phone.
Yeah, you have to help me.
Yeah, no, it's like a car rental service, but on an hourly basis versus a daily basis. Like if you needed to get a car to go buy some groceries or something like that, or yeah, it's a legit thing that's been around for quite a while. It's not a new thing. It's not some kind of exotic car either.
They're all Ferraris, by the way. Brandon, you didn't mention that.
Well, I guess I think the other thing is, I think there are a lot of people, even in a 2-bedroom, where you're going to see one car. I mean, I think that's also true, that people are trying to cut back on the use of cars, and I do agree that the Madison Metro thing, we don't really know where that's going, but I'm just speaking to our code and whether some compromise here isn't in order. And I don't know whether leaving that corner area, building it as green space with it written in as a condition that if more parking is needed, it would become parking, if that would be the way to go, versus putting the parking there from the get-go, and just giving it up. And then either we do lose the green space, and we'd have to be willing to compromise. I personally am, because I think this is such a good project, and I think there should be a way to work this out. So I'd rather have that be green space, but then I don't know if we could build that as a requirement that you come back and build a lot if it's not working.
I think we
whether
could.
that's reasonable.
I think we could add it to our developers agreement. Would be my thought.
Rob?
I don't think I have anything else to add. Oh, no, I did. Alternative modes, I think if there's like a community car sort of thing with bikes too, electric bikes, I see more and more every single day, and I think that's a legitimate mode of transportation for a lot of people. I know we're in Wisconsin, and some people don't want to ride electric bikes during the winter, but more and more are. It's definitely trending in that direction. So it's a consideration. So, but I saw one thing on the site plan I wanted to note too. In that plaza that goes from east to west, and then it turns to go north, it's just like it's all landscape there. Does it seem like there should be a pedestrian route there? This is
Yeah, our sites designer is going to actually, I'm glad you made these comments because she's listening, but we're probably going to redo this whole landscape plan.
Okay.
So we'll take your comments into consideration and tear this whole thing up and represent next time.
Awesome. Look forward to seeing it.
So I'll give my last 2 cents. The parking, I think we're at a doable spot. I think possible Plan B is out there, so I think you can have some level of, my take is I get the sense of some level of confidence that we can move forward with some potential options, looking at the different strategies that you're looking at. Some minor details that I see as some inconsistencies with how it's laid out here. For example, the BMO drive-through, are there 2 exits, 3 exits from the BMO drive-through? Because on some sheets it shows 3, some sheets it shows 2.
2, so they all go under that underpass.
Yep,
The
so
drive-through,
only 2,
yeah, the
not
drive-through
3.
itself has 2.
Okay.
And then that in and out where you see the 2 other cars, that's for residents.
Because on the very first sheet, on this sheet, it's showing 5 total driveway aisles. The 2 on the left, in and out, and then it shows 3 exit points for BMO.
Yes, you are
On
right.
a few other sheets, it's showing 3, on some it's showing 2.
We didn't make the update, so we originally, BMO had a requirement for 3.
I'm glad they
And
went down
we've
to
just they just let us know that it's 2. So those sheets haven't been updated.
As others have said, I think the design and how you kind of listen to the different feedback at the different courses of time with this group has been well incorporated in so many different ways. I think the different buildings, how it's being presented on the drive side, I think is significantly improved. The traffic flow through the site, I think, is a significant improvement as well. I don't believe you're going to have people going out Springhaven trying to turn left. People are going to learn very quickly to go to the controlled exit on Dean. So I don't see that as big of a concern. And I like that curb cut versus the Gordon Avenue possibility. I think this keeps a lot of the traffic on your site coming from the drive to Dean into your site or onto Springhaven directly into your site and avoiding going on to Gordon Avenue, which I think would be significantly appreciated by the neighborhood. The townhouses facing that backside, I think, is like a great kind of adjustment based on some of the feedback that I think you've heard here over time of how is it that you step down from the Winona Drive commercial, much taller building, and you gradually step back and then you end up similar to when we talked about Fairway Glen, of how they incorporated townhomes on the backside to help blend into the residential neighborhood. I think it was a great job. Let's see if there are any other pieces. Sorry, I just wrote my notes throughout, so. Well, how many parking stalls until there's an island? 12? Just to know. Is that lot to the southwest?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many we have in a row. But something to keep in mind, because it will rear its ugly head during a PIP discussion. So to know if you're going 12 or more than 12.
Well, I'm not gonna.
No, that's a good comment because we'll have to pay.
12, yes.
12
we-
yeah.
Yeah.
Chris, we have in instances where there's been additional landscaping or something
Yes.
allowed a little bit further, especially when we're fighting for parking stalls. So yes, 12 is it, but the biggest reason to have that island is to get the trees in there by the parking lot. So there's other ways
Yeah.
to do it and do some things with landscaping to really make up for it if it's happens to be 14 or 15, but it's really close, right?
This is the come up right 14. And yes, we could push technically the parking closer a bit to the townhouses and then put a gap in between some of the stalls on that long side. Could technically be done.
Or you could push it closer, maybe get 2 more parking stalls.
Or we could do that. Yeah, whatever you guys need.
Maybe.
If that's our compromise tonight,
Whatever you need.
whatever you need for 2 parking stalls, we'll give you 2.
I'm trying to stretch here. Let's see.
Canopy trees along here, which is here for me.
Bigger fish to fry. Those were all the comments that I had. Doug, is there anything else that you have?
Nothing else for me.
So,
This was noticed for pre-hearing. Any questions that you have for us? Or do
Yeah.
you have clear direction?
I guess we kind of need clear direction after tonight because we're going to go out and spend a couple $100,000 going through the rest of design and working on additional surveys and things like that. And
I
so,
think you've heard from a GDP standpoint that the site layout, all of those pieces, even some of the massing architecture, all of that is stuff that we've seen before. Parking, you could hear, was the sticky issue, but I think you've heard that there's some level of agreement on some of the different strategies to address decreasing parking demand, balancing that with other potential options for parking, increasing parking to meet the ordinance. So I think with the option of that potential lot in the northwest corner is one of those potential options, maybe stretching in a couple of additional parking stalls, then the southwest corner might be another way, and then I'm not sure if there's any other strategies that can squeak out additional parking included, but I think there's a general sense from this group that parking is positive.
if we came back to Plan Commission with a formal approval and we had the zip car and then the additional northern parking stall as an alternative, like future, and we'll add this to the developer's agreement that we'll have to set some sort of measurement that says at this point you guys have to build this out. If we come to the commission with that, is there a likely chance of approval?
I think you have a sense of many individuals have shared that sentiment.
I'll offer I would be comfortable with that. I'll happy to.
Okay.
We're not noticed for action, so we can't take a formal action or a formal goal.
Hypothetical.
There's no hypothetical. You listen to every one of us. And did you hear anybody here say that if you built that parking lot in the northwest corner, I still don't think there'd be enough parking? Did anybody ever utter those words?
Well, the problem is if we build that, and you made this point, that we might have not enough green space, so then we have a green space
You have to
issue.
balance that out, and you have to balance out what you do for green space. I mean, I did also mention that we have approved projects with something less, not I'm not saying substantially, something less with other amenities, neat walls, little walls and stuff built in your patio areas. There are all kinds of things like that. I'm not trying to design it for you that you can do to make it a more welcoming space. It's not always just the grass or the, like Rob said, there's a lot of things you can do that make it a cool space.
Okay. Would you, I guess this is another question, as our baseline when we do come back, would you like to have that northern lot planned as parking, or would you like to have it planned as a garden area that we can design to site certification and then have it be a potential for parking in the future?
I think if you're putting on the table as a possibility for a remedy if parking becomes an issue, I think you plan it as you wanted to use it, which would be as green space.
Yeah.
But then you would also have that kind of what would happen to some of the calculations if that were away. Is it fair way?
I think that's fair. What we've approved in the past is you bring up a set of plans in with what you want, but you also show an alternative plan if that parking is required in the future, what it would look like. Example, permeable pavement, how it would orient the curb cut. So all those details are there because when this plan set's approved, it's approved without that lot. There'll be a condition that triggers that having to be built if there becomes a real parking issue on the site.
To the plans and specs that was originally approved, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the plans and specs that you presented.
Yeah, I'm saying the alternative.
So alternative would be on there. Right. As an alternative parking area. We just did that at Winona Garden. They have an alternative parking area on that one. And we don't want them to take out that patio, but we have that on there.
So it would be defined, in other words. I mean, exactly how you'd do it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think we can get
And
comfortable
with
with that.
that, you'd have some revised calculations for green space, for example.
Right.
A little revision for landscaping right in that corner.
Yeah.
Things like that.
And I think what I might have the designer do is, like, if there was an instance where we did have to enact the alternative, we might add additional green space somewhere else, or add kind of what you're talking about, features around the site.
Perfect.
Okay. All right, sweet.
Any other questions that you have for us?
I don't think so. No, that was the big one.
All right.
You knew parking was going to be a big one?
I knew parking was going to be a big one.
All right, well, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to 6A, which is a public hearing on a request by Madison Pediatric Dental and Orthodontics LLC for consideration of the zoning permit for building renovation and a new dental office at 220 West Broadway, Phase 2, 1920-22. And this is noticed as a public hearing item first.
Get my mic back? Oh, you're just falling apart.
Karen, are you here to present this one?
I am, yes.
Awesome. Aaron, we're having a little tough time hearing you. Can you get a little bit closer to your mic?
Oh, sure, sorry. Is that any better?
Yep, a little bit.
Perfect, I'll speak now. So, my name is Aaron Benfeld. I'm with Rezoning Associates. We are the civil engineer for the project. We also have a couple folks from Nolan Carter on the line. They are the architects. And I guess kind of big picture for you, we're working with the folks at Madison Pediatric Dental. They purchased this property, the former Rutabaga tennis court property at 220 West Broadway. And they're looking to improve the property, expand the building, and then ultimately move from the current home on Winter Place, basically right next door, into this new facility. So our goals with the project were to expand the building footprint, to get them the required space they need for the move, also put in a little for future expansion, and then look at how can we improve the floor site, add parking to meet our parking requirements, and just make this a usable site for them. So those are kind of our overall goals in order to do that. We're looking to expand the building both in the east direction and south as well. With the lot lines where they are, we couldn't really move west at all, and then in order to keep our driveway on the north side of the building, we couldn't really expand farther to the north. So that's kind of where we landed with the building addition sizes. It was really stretch it out as far east and south as we can in order to maintain traffic flow around the site. And then as far as parking goes, we are going to use the same 3 driveway access points that we have now, the 2 off the River Place and the 1 off of West Broadway. But we are going to square up the parking lot in the rear of the building to more efficiently get some parking stalls in there, get that parking stall count up to where it needs to be. And then we're also looking to punch a driveway through to the northwest corner of the site. The site's a bit unique in that there's actually 2 parcels associated with it. One is the former Rutabaga site, and then also in the northwest corner there's a separate parcel that they own that's actually shared access with the apartment complex to the west. They do own the property and have the rights to park in those stalls. So we are utilizing those spaces, currently working with the apartment folks to coordinate that effort as well. We haven't got as far as stormwater or anything, but right now the whole site drains north to south. We'd likely end up with some sort of stormwater feature in that on the south end. We'd like to keep as much of that shoreline, and there's also some wooded wetland areas that we'd like to leave alone and leave natural as we can. One thing that doesn't really show up on the site plan is the existing contours. There is quite a bit of grade from the north and the south of the site down to the south. So as we kind of work our way down that east face of the building, there will be some exposures along that building just to match the existing topography that's out there. So as far as site improvements, that's kind of the big picture for what we're after. John, I don't know if you have anything you want to add as far as the building improvements itself go.
Yeah, so I've included a few pictures of the existing building. We show a 3,000 square foot addition off the east and south. That does not include basement square footage, so we would assume that the east would just be a crawl space, not usable square footage, and then just a portion of the south would be usable, just for access into the employee space. And then we have our main entrance up at the northeast corner just for ADA access and because of the slope of the site. That's about it.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess with that, we just look for kind of general comments as to your thoughts on it, and I think our next steps would be to take what we hear tonight and incorporate it in our final plan and come to the next meeting as well.
All right. There's nobody in the room for the public hearing, and we'll see if there's anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak on this from the public. Seeing none, we can close 6A and move on to 6B, which is pre-hearing conference on the request by Madison Pediatric Dental Orthodontics LLC for consideration of a zoning permit for building renovations and a new dental office at 220 West Broadway, case 219-2022. Doug?
Thank you. The request here is, as mentioned, for Madison Pediatric Dental to relocate from River Place to the property here at 220 West Broadway. Includes 3,000 to 3,600 square foot addition, as well as parking lot reconfiguration to meet the needs of the business. The property itself is located in the Community Design District. Plan Commission reviews zoning permit applications within that district. The comprehensive plan lists this property as commercial in use, and that is defined as land use for retail, service, commercial, and office uses. You've got the Yahara Terrace building to the west, River Place to the east, and multifamily residential across West Broadway to the north. The plans show that there would be, the existing 3 curb cuts would be remaining the same. The 24.5-foot internal driveway would be opened up. It is somewhat existing at this point, but kind of blocked off, connecting the 2 parcels. So site directional signage will be important here for site circulation, minimizing potential conflicts with the number of folks that would be visiting the site. Looking at the parking code, the building would be just over 18,000 square feet, requiring 61 parking stalls, and 67 are proposed, including 3 handicap accessible stalls. This includes 22 stalls in the adjacent parcel to the west, as mentioned, which the applicant does own. The Commission may choose to discuss the ideal utilization of these stalls, given that they're somewhat proximate to the building, but not necessarily as intuitive. And going out on site, some of them are still marked for Yahara Terrace parking. I understand the applicant is working through some of those things, but again, signage will be important, certainly for the business hours. The business hours are proposed to be 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, which does compare to the current rutabaga use, which is open 6 days a week and from 10 till 6. The proposed building improvements are on the eastern and southern facades of the building, and the Commission should discuss this and the potential design given its proximity to River Place and the typical designs in the area. The site is showing 35.6% green space. As mentioned in the discussion when staff met with the applicant, just discussing the proximity to the water there is important, how the stormwater will work with that site. There is a portion of parking where the potential tree islands could be added, and so that could be discussed. It does show 12 stalls, which could necessitate a tree island or potentially just alternative landscaping. That's it from me. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Rob, you want to start us off?
Sure. In general, I think this is an appropriate use. I don't have any issues with the building improvements. I think it's complementary to River Place, less so with Waypoint, but or Trista. Let me see. See here. One thing I was noting is depending on the elevation change in the slope on the east side of the building, there might need to be some railing. Love to see landscape plans when you get to that. I think the site could benefit from some improved landscaping, given its visibility and prominence along Broadway. Other than that, I agree with a lot of comments by staff.
We'll change that and go the other way.
Whoa.
Susan. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think it's an excellent use. I was happy to see that this proposal, actually, because I wonder what was going to happen. And I do like, I think the preliminary designs you have here look like they would be compatible. I think it's more necessary that it be compatible with River Place than going the other direction. So yeah, I don't have any concerns. I think obviously we'll have to see the landscaping plans down the road. And there is more that could be done there, but I don't have anything to add to that. I think it looks good.
Brandon.
I don't have any further comments than, yeah. It's good.
Chris,
I like it.
Is he Chris number 2?
I'm confused which one's which.
He's Chris number 1.
Thing one and
I'm newer.
Thing 1 and thing 2.
Yeah, I'm Chris 2.
A great use for the site. Love to see you in there. I think. Why are you hooking that driveway up like that? All you're doing is losing parking by doing it, and I would assume that would be an employee parking area if you just left it the way it was. And there's 13 stalls there right now, and you're cutting it down, or you're cutting it down to 7. You're losing 6 stalls that are existing, and I say this because a question for staff that you're going to have to research. I'm pretty sure when Trista was approved, they were approved based on having these stalls that they're using right now. And if they're cut out, what does that have to do with their approval? And I would assume if it was approved that way, they would have to have some lease agreement or something for that property. I remember when this all happened, and they couldn't build that without being able to get through that lot. I think Gordy Sussman owned it at the time. And they needed that, obviously, the access, but I thought they needed the stalls too. So we just got to see what's going on. We don't have a legal right to require that, other than they would be out of compliance with their zoning permit if they didn't have them. And I would assume if that was the case, that there would be some lease or something in place. But I guess it goes back to my question: why would you cut out that driveway and lose 6 stalls?
I guess the intention there is to just provide a more contiguous parking lot, so it's almost one site versus 2.
Right.
One site and then a separate off-site parking lot. I'd be curious if staff has any information on that parking lot. From what we could find in the shared access agreement, that the owner of what was Rutabaga had full access to those parking stalls. That area was added mostly to give that driveway location to the apartment complex more than the parking stalls themselves.
Okay. Well, we'll still have staff research that, because I believe that was in their counts when they got approval. And it's just an idea. A driveway works, but you lose 6 stalls, and those are 6 stalls that are really close to the front door for staff, instead of coming up and around from the back. It's just a thought. I see it looks like you're adding some stone or something onto the north and east side of the building?
Yeah, the intent would be to add stone or some kind of complementary brick to the River Place, keep the same aesthetic going. And then the gable ends would be some accent ephes or hardy plank or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think it'd be great if you get a little masonry in there like the rest of River Place. This has always been a very eclectic, interesting building. It was the first building that ever went into that area, so it was a building all of its own. And for Rutabaga, it worked great. That was their identity, but I do like what I've seen so far in the elevations and how you're thinking to change it. I think it's great. I didn't read it anywhere or see it. Do you know how many offices, how many employees?
Aaron, do you have the count offhand?
Not in front of me, no. Want to say it's 35, don't quote me on that. Employees. That seems hard.
Can you hear what he said?
Was
I
that,
also put it offhand.
was that 35, Aaron? Did I hear you
No,
right?
No,
No.
it's less than that.
That would be a lot.
I think it was in the 20s, how many they have on site.
Okay.
So when we're looking at a particular use, a lot of times we'll look at how many employee parking stalls you need, and then how many operatories there are, for example, and what we'd expect for a customer a little based on. I mean, there's a lot of square footage here, so this be something to look at for the final iteration to see what we think that's going to trigger. Other than that, I think it's a great proposal.
I think it's great too, and as someone who goes to this place with my children, the parking is a nightmare. So, so I'm excited about this. But I agree that there's a lot of people. So just having those counts and knowing how many people are staff and how many people you'll be expecting to come for their visits will be important. And I think Chris's idea is a good one too, to maybe not put in that driveway and have those 6 stalls, because 3 of the stalls, even if you have access to all of those, the ones on the south are they're diagonally cut through, so I don't even know who has the right to those stalls anyway. So that's something to take a look at. But I guess as far as circulation, I would think about just adding in a sidewalk for people coming from that other parcel up to the front door. And then the signs are going to be important, I think, as well, because I'm assuming you'll have the staff in that other parcel, because I don't think your customers, your clients are going to know where to park over there. They're going to park in the main lot. So, but I thought it looks good, and the landscaping we'll take a look at when we have details. But the staff report talks about having that headlight glare, something in the front of that row facing Broadway. So just, I guess, take a look at those comments when you're doing the design. But I think that's it.
Chris, number 2, I guess. Thank you. I've been to this dentist with my daughter. It's the coolest dentist office ever. They have a theater in there for kids, and it's always busy and it's crowded, and they're obviously growing. So at the risk of saying the P word again, parking is going to be really important. It's already an issue, but I'm glad to see this happening, and I'm excited about it. That's it.
All right. Everybody's commented on both. I want to put a recording. I think the parking that's on the east side, the angle parking, is currently on their parcel, and that's not the parking that I think would be impacted. It would be, because all of that parking goes away, but the parking on the west side, on the northwest corner, it punches through as a drive aisle into. It's not Tristan anymore. It is your Hart Terrace. If it goes into that parking lot, it would be 6 stalls.
That's what we're talking about.
Well, we're also losing all of the parking stalls.
Yeah.
I think it was these that were referenced. Corinne, was it the southwest corner?
Yeah. There's the parcel line
the 3 of
goes
those.
right
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
yeah.
there's two different types of angles.
Yeah.
Now I see what angle you're talking about. And if I remember going back to when the Tracy discussion was happening, I believe it was only the row that is on the row that butts up to what was Rutabaga. There was discussion of having access to those from Rutabaga for roof rack mounting and different things like that. But all of the parking in the main lot, I don't think was a consideration. I think that counted in the cost for
Tracy.
Yeah,
pretty sure.
Other than that, I think that the design looks great. We'll come down to a couple parking items and see what we get. Chris?
Yeah, one more comment on that parking, that drive aisle. That is an apartment complex that has quite a bit of traffic, and having that drive aisle come right into the side, it allows for maybe one car to stack in that driveway, and now you've got a traffic conflict. It's not the best place to be running a driveway into. If you have many cars coming, it could be a real bottleneck. See how close, where I'm talking is so close to the sidewalk where it's coming in.
I don't even know. I know we have an issue on the other drive entry, but that had more to do with the sign and the sidewalk.
Right.
Because of the
Right.
distance.
Right.
But, yeah, you lose any ability to stack. and keep
Right.
it.
So I would just ask you to maybe reconsider that and take the stalls.
Yeah, we can look into it, something we can definitely consider. We're just hoping to also avoid a dead end right in front of the main entrance, but we can definitely take a look at that.
All right.
But I'm sorry to keep doing this. I just want to reinforce what Corrine said is there is no sidewalk right now. In Rutabaga, they just walk over the grass wherever they feel like it. It'd probably be nice if you're planning using all these for staff, even just have one area where staff can walk across there when it's muddy or snowy or icy or something.
No.
Instead of building the whole driveway, just have a little piece of sidewalk somewhere that can get them across.
Sure.
All right. Any other feedback from that? Any questions that you have for us before we close this section for you?
I can't think of any questions at this point. That's all good feedback. We'll take it back and start putting together more details.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We will move on to item 6C, which is the public hearing on a request by Walter Wayne Development for consideration of a zoning permit for a multifamily development at 5105 Winona Drive, case 2/20/2022. Afternoon, Randy, or evening, sorry.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you. My name is Randy Christensen with Walter Wayne Development. Part of our team here is also Mark Ott, JLA Architects. He'll be speaking a little bit on the initial plans that are kind of in front of you. We understand this is a pre-hearing, so we're looking for, obviously, your feedback on what we're presenting. We're excited about this spot. We're excited about Winona. We're excited about Winona Drive and what it has to offer there, and the residential aspect that we'd like to bring to your community. This will be basically our fifth project that we're kind of working on. We have two of them already constructed and done that we've done over the past 5 years, and we've got a kind of a large one that we're working on right now in the city of Madison. This one along with another project that we're working on. We'd like to, our time frame for this is hopefully get through the approval process with you folks, and then we'd like to start construction sometime towards the end of first quarter next year. That's kind of our time frame with that. We have had a couple of meetings with city staff and Alder Holmquist, who attended one of those particular meetings. We got some feedback from them on the process and so forth, and so we have done a little bit of initial meetings, nothing in terms of any sort of a deep dive at all, but we've gotten to a point where we've at least put some lines on some paper and get in front of you folks so to get some sort of feedback. The piece that we're we're looking at, which you're probably all familiar with, is the one that's on Winona Drive, 5105 Winona Drive. It's actually at the kind of a corner of St. Teresa Terrace, Winona Drive, and then Gordon in the rear, and it's sort of directly across from the golf course. We are looking at 5 stories, density purposes. We're also looking to go through a rezone with the property. I have heard several comments about parking, so we would like to get your feedback on that as well. With that, I think what I'll do is I'll turn it over to Mark, and he can go through kind of the plan itself, and the amenities that we're looking at including with it. Please understand that this is just a conceptual thing at this point. There are some things that I've thought about in terms of our plan. We'll probably have a pet wash sort of amenity along with the property. Probably will be some internal bike parking that we'll probably incorporate in some form or fashion. So there's some other things that we've thought about since we put this initial thought together. So with that, Mark, please go ahead and go through the plan.
Sure.
For any questions, certainly, folks.
Yeah. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Doug, can you pull up our package?
I can do that. I also made you co-host if you have it. Whichever.
I can do that as well. Either way, whichever is going to give you guys the best. You can do it here. Give me 1 second.
That works for me. Thanks.
All right. Yep. No problem. All right. This is going to be on my screen set up here. Can everybody see the site plan on screen?
Yes. Yep.
All right. Just give me a second. All right. So, Mark out with GLA Architects, located in Winona, in the current building. We're just talking about a lot tonight. As Randy mentioned, this project is on a current vacant lot at the corner of St. Teresa Terrace, Winona Drive, across from the golf course. You can see here, this is our proposed plan. Again, as Randy mentioned, conceptual. At this stage, we're really at what we call test fit, capacity study stage. As Randy mentioned, we met with city staff and Alder to get some feedback, and it was suggested that at this stage it would be good to come here just to get some additional feedback before we went too far into design. So again, this is first blush at the site. What you have here, obviously, a single building, as Randy mentioned, 5 stories. We'll get into some of those details as we go. We have 2 different entry points for 2 different levels of parking. Off of St. Teresa Terrace right now is what we're proposing, with our main building entry in the center along St. Teresa Terrace, which will show as we go into the floor plans here. Overall, the statistics that everybody's probably looking for, right now we're proposing 61 units with 72 enclosed parking stalls with 5-story. In that 72 units, we have a mixture of 1-bedrooms, studios, and a few 2. We're more heavy on the ones in the studios, again, based on where we think the market's going and trends that we're seeing. As I'm sure Doug will get into and talk about, and as Randy mentioned, we are slightly underparked, very similar to the conversation that was just had with the previous Winona Drive project, really for kind of the same reasons, which we're willing to listen and discuss in further detail. So as we get into we have 2 levels of underground parking, working through the natural grade along St. Teresa Terrace to get into them. One completely underground, 39 stalls here. And then when we go to at grade parking level, as you can see here coming in near the back, an entry lobby sequence at this level to give the look and hide the parking, if you will. We're proposing some units, specifically 2 bedrooms with their own walk-ups off of Winona Drive, along, on the street side facing, as well as a studio unit here going out of St. Teresa. So 3 units on the first floor, kind of hiding the parking and getting that frontage along the main street. As we go up, then we have 4 floors of traditional residential, again in our unit mixes, 2 bedrooms up along the street, our mixtures of 1s and studios, and keep we could call it carving back, layering, some of the terms you heard again tonight on the previous Winona Drive projects, creating different roof terraces and pulling the building back. So keep stepping as we go up for that architecture. Third and fourth floor are very similar, but again, pulling back to help with that stepping back feel. And then when we get up to the proposed fifth floor, our amenity spaces are proposed right now. Although again, this is concept, these might move, some of these might move down to the first floor. But pulling the fifth floor way back off of Winona Drive with that big step back, providing our community space up here on a roof terrace, one to help with that feel along the street of height, but also maximizing the views of the golf course here with the club room and their usable space. And then a rear terrace as well, again, carving back the architecture to help step back along the neighborhood. Again, just a general roof area for all the tenants to use to be programmed. So that's the basic concept. Those are the high points. Again, we know we've got work to do. We're just a few percentages underneath for the for your green space, those types of things. So again, those will be details that we know we have to work on. And so with that, I'd open it up for feedback and comments and questions.
All right, I don't see anybody here for the public hearing section, and no one on, nobody on this.
Requested, at least. I've got a couple extras. But.
All right, so we can close the public hearing section, move on to 6D, which is the pre-hearing conference on a request for Overflow development for consideration of zoning permit for multifamily development at 5105 Winona Drive, case 220-2022. Done.
Thank you. So the proposal here is a 5-story multifamily building with 61 market rate units, 72 covered parking stalls. The lot, the parcel itself is 0.551 acres, just around 24,000 square feet. St. Teresa to the north, Winona Drive to the east. The land use here, the existing land use is retail business zoning district, again, which only allows for ancillary residential, not entire residential or primary residential. So rezoning is most likely needed. One point for discussion tonight would be whether it be strictly multifamily residence district or whether it would be potentially a community design district, CDD, if there were to be a little bit more of a retail component, which may well be a point for discussion. The comprehensive plan lists this as commercial use. The existing use is listed as vacant. It has been vacant for a few years now, but the commercial uses have retail, service, commercial, and office uses as sort of the typical definition for that. So discussing how the proposed use aligns with that classification and possibility of some commercial, that is something that I spoke with the applicant in the sort of pre-meetings as well, just to kind of discuss. Certainly understand the current market situation, but it may just be a point for consideration. The proposal itself has studios through to 2-bedroom units. Amenities include roof terrace, club room, fitness center, and a game room. The lot coverage is not currently listed, but that'll be critical here, given the size of the lot and just the intensity of the use. The lot coverage, the landscaping are all going to enhance the pedestrian scale, as will kind of the cladding and the activation at the street. In terms of the wrapped parking, the walk-up units enhance that on Winona Drive, but how it interacts at St. Teresa and Gordon will also be important. Speaking of which, the smallest setbacks here for the building are along Gordon Avenue, with the building fronting St. Teresa and having those walk-up units along Winona Drive. The 2 curb cuts are proposed along St. Teresa Terrace, using the grade change to go to 2 different levels of parking. The walk-up units, again, mimic somewhat similar to those at Fairway Glen, which is just nearby, enhancing the pedestrian scale. The proposal, as currently listed, is 14 stalls short of the parking. Some discussion points here would be, again, those alternative transportation options, things that the applicant could maybe consider that were previously discussed, including zip car, community car type functions. Again, also considering the potential Madison Metro that may be utilizing Winona Drive in the near future. Bike lanes fronting, both sides of Winona Drive as well, maybe something else to consider. The U-shaped massing, again, orients towards St. Teresa with the stepped massing, using the balconies to move back towards the fifth floor, moving the density away from the multifamily to the west, but also meeting some of the standards from the Winona Drive urban design guidelines. And again, to that point, high-quality materials will be important once the plans get to that point, as they're stipulated in the guidelines as well. Stormwater, lighting, and landscaping will all be for future discussion, but will all need to be submitted at a later date. That's it from me. Thank you.
Susan.
Yeah, I think my initial reactions to it were a concern about green space of just whether it looks like it's taking up most of the lot again. Although I really like the design on St. Teresa Terrace. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I'm a little concerned about the Gordon side. I was just looking at it again to see if there was any way to get a little more space there while leaving all the parking below. Because the parking will also be a concern, I guess. So you don't have, I'm assuming you don't have a calculation yet for what percentage of green space you have?
When I ran it, based on the lot size stuff I could find and our building footprint, we're at like 25% of green space, or,
Okay.
25% not covered that we would landscape and et cetera. So we're under the 30, with this current plan.
Yeah, well, that's closer than I would have thought, I guess, just looking at it. So that might be, that's beneficial, good to know, and what type of landscaping goes in is helpful. It just looks like you don't have room for much of anything along Gordon, so that might be a concern. And 5 stories, I guess I'd be more worried about if you hadn't stepped it back. I think the stepping back helps a lot with the massing. And I like what you're doing on that 4th floor. I think that's also, those are nice amenities for tenants. So basically, I like the project. And I don't think traffic there will be particularly an issue either, and they have options for how to get out, in and out, with lights if you're making a left-hand turn. So yeah, I guess I'd like to hear what other people have to say about it. Those are just my initial reactions, were the green space and parking. And then what kinds of materials you'll be using, I guess, would be the other thing, but that comes later.
And Brandon, are you with us?
He was driving.
Oh, he's driving.
Yeah.
Oh.
He'll be back.
We'll come back around to Chris, number 1.
Feedback? No. This is a really strong no for me. This is way too much building for the site. We had a proposal here a few years ago that wasn't even this dense. That was turned down because it was too dense for the site. This is 110 dwelling units per acre. 110 dwelling units per acre. This is downtown Madison developed. This isn't development. This isn't for Winona. It's way too dense, way too big of a building. It's a single story next to it and 2 stories across the way and back on Gordon. It's right up to the property line on Gordon. How could you do that to those people? I mean, the whole thing about it, there's not enough setback, there's not enough anything, but 110 dwelling units per acre. I mean, I don't need to go further than that. For me, it's a very, very strong and emphatic no. It's way too dense. We turned down one that was less dense because it was too dense.
I have that written as one of my number 1 points as well, the 110 units per acre. But I will go a little bit further because if you want to continue to refine this, every site is different. However, we can take some of the pieces of other sites and use those as ways to improve upon the design that you're putting forward. So I think where this site is, I would not be in favor of this being only residential. This needs to have some commercial component to it as well. What that would look like, you know, that's up to you to think about. I know it's a long and narrow lot. Just thinking about the other development we looked at today and how there was concern about the traffic flow through the site. You have one entry and one exit, but at this density, that just would not, I think that would be very challenging. It's not thinking about the design guidelines, there's supposed to be a continuation of the streetscape, but you just have a building there. And again, I know it's narrow, but there might be some other ways to incorporate that more community feeling, and maybe the commercial would help with that. I don't know. But I don't think it's a pedestrian scale, and there's not enough green space. The other thing I guess I'm curious about is if you considered affordable, like having some kind of a different, other than market rate units, or some kind of condo type of arrangement. It's only market rate that you've considered?
Just the condo is kind of, the previous applicant said the same thing. I'll let Randy address the others. Condos are kind of a four-letter word now in this industry. And to the same point, a lot of architects won't do them, a lot of developers won't do them. There's too much litigiousness behind them. So no to the condos, the rest I'll let Randy answer.
Yeah, our business model is more tailored towards market rate units, and you know the number of studios, you know, we feel can help accommodate, you know, some of those, you know, rent points that, you know, some of the market is looking for that would be more affordable. So that's kind of the reason for the density that we're looking at with this project. I understand, you know, we're above the requirement, and I certainly respect Chris's comments on that, but, you know, a whole long Winona Drive with, you know, the amount of businesses that you have along there, you need density. You need rooftops to support some of that commercial stuff. This site here, it just does not work for commercial. It just doesn't work for commercial. There's no you know, particular street frontage there. It just doesn't work from a commercial standpoint. So that's why we're looking at the residential aspect. I mean, Winona Drive, you know, with the bus rapid transit that's coming through there, and your great commercial properties that you have along there, you do need residential.
Chris, number 2. What else can I add? I mean, I echo pretty much everything everyone's already said. I really would like to see commercial there. I feel like Winona Drive needs more. Doesn't need to be all apartments. We need more restaurants. I don't know. It sounds like you can't make that work, so I don't know if that's even within the realm of possibility. And then, yeah, just the green space and the parking concerns are something that obviously need to be addressed if this is going to work. It also, I'll agree with Chris, it's super high density, so well, I don't know if what's the tallest building we have in Winona? The current?
5 stories.
5 stories, okay. Yeah. Well, we'll see. That's all I have for now. Rob?
Yeah, density is an issue. I mean, a lot of our developments are in the 40s per unit. More than double is kind of out of the question. Concerns with the height and fitting in with the neighborhood. The setback, it's right up on back of curb on Gordon. I mean, I don't have an issue with all residential. I don't think it needs to be commercial. I'm fine with it facing St. Teresa. But it needs to shave off a story and some to even have a conversation for me, I think. That's all I have.
All right, I think I hit everybody.
Brandon's back.
Oh, Brandon.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. I have no additional comment from what's already been shared. And I had to relocate, so I don't have the drawings in front of me now. So I think everybody else's comments are cover anything that I would have had to add.
And I would add similar comments in the sense of some of what we talked about previously is the density, and we knew that would be an item that would come up. We knew that parking is oftentimes our kind of canary in the coal mine, and as you kind of see with this particular site, when you're doing double decks of parking, that's one sign, and still, when you're doing double decks of parking and we're still short on parking, it's a sign that density is likely an issue. I would also agree, and I know, Randy, you brought this up as well, this is a very challenging property. It's long and it's narrow, and it's difficult to figure out, like, what is it that you can fit on this piece of property that is something worth developers looking at, and I think it is a challenging space. When I think back to that previous submittal, of course I remember that well, like we were talking about, you enter off of Gordon and how steep is it to get down to parking, like the amount of depth you need to get that, to be able to get into that parking at an adequate slope, it chews up almost half the property. It's very challenging in that way, and so I agree. I think 5 stories in this location is a challenge, but I think density is probably going to be your lead foot of an issue. Any other pieces that I missed, Chris?
You didn't miss, and I'm just going to ask for some discretion, and I apologize to the development team that's here because it really doesn't directly pertain to you, but you don't ever have an item for discussion. It would be part of this discussion. When is enough for apartments in Winona? We've talked about this. Our comp plan calls for a diversity of housing types. All we've approved is apartments. We're running out of available parcels for any other housing type, and I think it's a huge issue for us. I think we should take a look, Doug, go back over the last 10 years. What have we approved for apartments, plus what's already in the works? And why are we looking at more apartments? What is it about? I understand Dane County has a need for apartments, right? But we're not the Dane County Plan Commission. We're the City of Monona Plan Commission. What is best for Monona at this point? Is it still more and more and more apartments? We're changing the nature of our city because we are not that big of a city. And I think I'd like to see where our dwelling units were with the 2010 census versus where they're at now with I'm talking about total number of dwelling units in the municipality. And what it is with, we have to have approved, built in, or approved close to 1,000 apartment units for little old Monona. I think it's an issue for us.
Rob?
Just to comment on that, I mean,
can we keep this? We can bring up some of this.
Yeah, this is not
later.
the place.
I wonder if we can.
If we could, I thought we always had to be noticed for something to have that discussion.
Yeah, I wonder if we could have some discussion around what we would be looking for a future item.
Okay, that'd be great. I apologize to the developer. I know it's not, fair to put this on you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you understand.
We're used to it. We got to take the skid.
Yeah, no worries. Is there anything that you didn't hear from us tonight that you would like to be able to hear to see which way you want to go going forward?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I don't know, Randy, if there's any specific things that you're, additionally looking for, at the detriment of just, I would say the parking discussion, in general terms, what we're seeing in the market trends, JLA, for example, like to speak to us, we're one of the largest multifamily architects we work with, in Milwaukee, Madison, and Denver. And what we're seeing from a market trend, just to give you some feedback, is kind of agreed with the other developer of what we're seeing. This project and And what we see with most of our developers, most people are repeat, right? They build apartments and they track their data, et cetera. What they try to shoot for, what we're seeing is one car per bedroom. So like, for example, that, which is what we have in this case, I think we have 72 stalls and 70 bedrooms. And so that's a metric that is over the last number of years and where it's trending, seems to be, a good metric that developers are in the same, it's this battle with developers and architects and municipalities of what's that right number, right? Developers never want to be underparked, either because they can't rent, right? If they don't have enough parking, then they can't get tenants. But what we're seeing in that one, things are changing. People aren't doubling up in apartments like they used to keep their rents low. That's why this project shows more studios and one bedrooms, right? That's people are willing to pay these rents to live by themselves rather than share apartments. That's just what we see with market rate, newer type units. And then with then you add in COVID, right, and the working from home model. And so the zip car stuff, it has been around a while. It doesn't have a place everywhere. If you're out in urban sprawl, zip car is probably not an answer. But if you're on the corridor like Winona Drive, for example, a zip car for certain tenants starts to make sense, right? That 1-to-1 ratio of bedrooms to cars starts to work. And you get people who are working from home and are going to pick their apartments more now, not so much just on price point, but on where they are and kind of what they have their access to. So these are the market trends that, we just kind of see. I'm just trying to give you some more info that, kind of meets up maybe with what the other developer was talking about. I know you still have your ratios, and we definitely appreciate that, but we see the market shifting on the use of cars. Again, not everywhere, but definitely in more urban areas. So for what it's worth, just some feedback.
Wonderful. All right, we can close the item on 6D, and we can move on to 7A, which is staff reports regarding status of the project proposal. And we'll start with number 1 because number 2 will have a small discussion of what we want to see in a future meeting.
Yeah, so economic development update, I'll just cover a couple things coming through CDA. Tomorrow night, North Point, the folks with the approved GDP over at the Whitehorse site will be coming through for an informational presentation in front of the CDA. They have not yet submitted a formal TIF request, but they just wanted to start the conversation with them. There's some discussion over there about a potential multi-applicant TIF request, for example, with the other parcels on the site. So there was some discussion about how best to address that. So some of that will kind of lead into the CDA discussion as well. But I think the developer wanted to introduce themselves, the project, the level of finish, and kind of what they were looking to do there in advance of a potential ask.
Did you say approved GDP?
The GDP was approved. The PIP is still pending. That has not come
When?
North Point?
When?
So that was done a while ago.
Yeah, but doesn't that expire after a given amount of time if you haven't gone back with a PIP? If you haven't gone back, I think it expires. I'm quite sure.
I would have to check. I'll double check that. Yeah, I think if it is, it's 12 months, and then it'd still be within that. But it would be approaching.
Close.
Yeah. The other points, the term sheets have been shared with both the Populance Development, the Winona Garden project, as well as with the Neutral project. So discussions continue with both of those, but the CDA did get to a level of comfort where draft term sheets were shared with both of them. So just as a point of process, that would be sort of outlining the elements that would go into a more formal development agreement.
That's a timesheet?
Term sheet.
A term sheet,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
How much money they're willing to give them.
Yes, exactly. And then, if I may jump to Plan Commission items, the next meeting, the first meeting in September, we have plenty of items lined up again. The One City Schools is coming back. There's a couple updates that they need, site circulation, a couple things like that, as well as a couple operational changes that have happened over the last year that they now want to potentially revise, having been in the school for a year, and with the increasing enrollment that's about to start as well. So they're coming back through. Chipotle is coming through for their final conditions. That will include the signage elements that were discussed in the last meeting, but also the bump out and just all of those. So it's a real punch list for them. Go Right Way are going to be coming through. They, if you remember, they're the folks over on Industrial, had a zoning permit approved early this year. They have a potential RFP that they will be applying for that would increase their operations capacity, so it may increase the building size and all of those things. So they wanted to come through for that. To just, again, have a pre-hearing and discuss that. And I'm also expecting a potential pre-hearing for 605 West Broadway, which is the parcel closest to Pirate Island. There's the Falcon Circle, the two parcels there. It's the western parcel. So I'm expecting a pre-hearing again for that. They still have a week to submit, just with how the month lays out. So at this point, that's as far as I have on that. Thanks.
It's the smaller of the two?
Yes, the western, closest to it, abutting the channel.
What is it they want to build?
At this point, because I haven't got a formal, it would just be a commercial space of some sort.
Hallelujah.
Well, isn't there contaminated soil? Is that the one that has that issue?
I think it's more to the east.
Yeah, that was the old transport gas station. They did the old burn off, and the DNR approved it, but then now it's not good to current standards. So that was transport, and the one on the other side was a kind of an outlot for them.
Okay, so that one's not the...
I can't say it's not, but
okay.
it did have a use on it, a parking lot, but...
Chances are that it'll be underparked.
That's commercial.
Well, going through the item on the potential upcoming plan commission items around a discussion of housing unit mix throughout the city. I know that came up in our previous discussions about the comp plan when we looked at owner occupied, we looked at single family, multifamily, as well as apartment rental. It was interesting to hear one of the comments by two different applicants about an architect not willing to sign off on a plan, which seems very strange.
It does, but...
I would like more information
The
about
Barracuda was built 2 years ago in Madison. Chris Gosh did it. That's a condo.
Yeah.
We do plat out townhouses that are 0 lot line,
right.
owner occupied.
Yep.
Which is, I think, it's an option.
It's a strong option. It's needed.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to know more about what is that we're hearing, at least from two applicants.
I think we heard that earlier from someone else, too.
Well, the early one was finance, and I went and checked on that, and you can get financing.
They need to get like over half or 75% pre-sale.
No, it's like
That's
anything
what I've heard
else.
from developers.
I know, but that's because that was the saying 10, 20 years ago. I went right to the president of Winona Bank and asked, and it's just like any other application. You need to have an appraisal. Appraisal has to show you're going to get a cash flow on whatever absorption rate you have. And you're funded based on showing the cash flow and then having the equity to back it up if something happens. It's no different than an apartment. You have appraisal, and that's based on renting out a certain percentage of the units at a certain price, and then the bank will look at that and look at that for collateral for the loan, because cash flow is number one, what pays back the loan.
So, would we be able to get some presentation about the market trends as well? I mean, I guess I'm not exactly sure what to ask for, but we've heard it from others as well. Like that last applicant was just talking about, well, this is what we've been seeing with, that it's moving towards this more of like 1 bedroom or studio. I don't think people who are working from home are wanting a studio apartment, but I could be wrong, so I guess I don't know if there's data available for our area. We have built a lot of apartments, and so what does that look like 5 years from now? And what Chris said too, based upon where our population is.
I would imagine realtors, there's, commercial realty does those kinds of studies, like Oak Brook, I know that they do those same kind of market studies on industrial use and some more heavy commercial use, but, some of the other, major property managers, maybe the Alexander Company, I can inquire with them about some of the data that they rely on for market research. I know the CEO and the director of operations over there. I could come back to Plan Commission with input into some of the market research tools that are out there.
Well, townhouses would be a nice option for that St. Teresa property, for example.
Yeah,
Because they would actually fit there. But if people can't make money building them, they're not going to build them. So I don't know. I mean, that ends up being the bottom line here too. Is
It's a developable site. I mean, it's
Right.
It's got access, services. It's flat. I mean, it's
right. It's just
Pretty easy to build townhomes on there.
So I think what we're hearing is a mix of what we have,
Past and future.
yeah. Because I know that, we had a major discussion regarding that a few years, probably 10 years ago. And it had more to do with a lot of our single-family homes being bought sight unseen to then just rent out.
that's happening even more now, and we can't. I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it.
So another possible item for this group to have an update is on what it's called the short-term rental market ordinance consideration that we're having to truly look into.
We tried that.
It's coming back around.
Good. We tried it before.
It didn't end up going forward last time for a couple different reasons, but I know Attorney Cole's been looking at drafting some language.
Airbnb type thing you're talking about? Yeah. Right.
Regulation of that, as I understand, it was before I joined, but I think it was sort of the number of those was one of the reasons, or the lack of, that it didn't seem, regulation. But now they do have to pay taxes to the city, so we have quantifiable metrics, at least to compare it to revenue from a hotel, for example,
Right.
and how they compare.
Which was pretty surprising.
It's been ticking up. So.
Yeah.
if there's challenges enforcing that with a citywide ordinance, what about homeowner covenants associations? Does that have more leeway of regulating that? Because there's a couple of those at Winona.
Not many. Frostwoods.
I happen to live in one. So.
Which one? Frostwoods?
Frostwoods, yeah.
I'm not aware of anyone else
in that one?
that has an
It might
active.
be. You're right on the edge.
With the trends, if the parking could be incorporated into that, I think that would be helpful. Because we heard from two of them that it's 1-to-1 regardless of number of bedrooms.
So far, that hasn't been our experience with
No.
recent apartments.
We have other experience to show it. And then the same thing, asking people that love to develop apartments, that's their business model. Well, how about condos? Well, and I don't blame them. Their business model is the apartments, and it's fairly risk-free right now because you'll rent it no matter what, no matter where you put them up.
No matter what.
Well, and I think the 1-to-1, some of that might work in a more urban area. I mean, the problem is, I think, this is still a driving community.
Mm-hmm.
And people keep talking about Madison Metro, but as you said, they've been talking about it for as long as I've lived here, and we've never been able to work a deal with them. Now, maybe we're closer, I don't know, but they won't stop on Monona Drive in Monona.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't build something counting on that.
That's interesting because they have a bus stop where Cottage Grove Road hits Monona Drive. They stop in Monona and they block that lane of traffic in Monona for picking up whoever they think they're picking up, but they won't stop anywhere else in Monona.
Right.
That's a little bit of a burr under my saddle.
Yeah.
The good thing is we'll have an update someday soon, very soon. We're actually in real discussions.
Good.
now.
I know that
Real
I've heard that, but I'm just waiting to see that. But we can't count on that till it happens. That's all I'm saying, I guess. Because been a long time coming.
Any updates on DEI, D, lowercase d? I don't think there's anything that I can remember at this point. Sorry, it's too long of a meeting.
Yeah.
Any updates on sustainability efforts? I don't have any that I can think of right now. Then we talked about September 12th and 26th are on and they're busy, which is a good sign for us. It means things are happening. Anything else? Okay. Any questions that people have or requests for information? Yes.
One more. I mentioned it last time we had Steve Dorn's property on there, but the floor and decor islands are not built according to the landscape plan. They've just got a tree in the middle with nothing else but bark mulch, and there was green under it. There was bushes or grass, and that's always a requirement of ours, that there's green in the island, not just filled up with mulch. And when I mentioned that, when Steve was on last time, he said that wasn't up to him, that was up to the tenant to do it. So whoever has the zoning permit, I check it, it's not fulfilled.
Yeah, and I still have a final inspection outstanding over that, so that would be part of that.
Black check.
Sorry?
That's a black mark there.
Yes.
I'm sorry for the inspection, that one. Red mark, whatever color is a bad one.
Yeah. I went to go out the other day with storm, with the big storm, and yeah, so that was cut short.
All right, and the motion for adjournment.
I will.
I'll second that.
All right, so the second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thanks, everybody.
Have a good night.
Thanks, everybody.
That is.